No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got kept the road, small, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Boyka will not do much because the old man, the Papa is suffering. The Papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. with all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got kept the road, small, that road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes across it, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living body of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, that road, B road, all kind of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they're sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Thank you, the closing argument show. So, folks, once again, welcome to the closing argument show. Wherever you're watching us live from, if you're following us by radio, welcome to the closing argument show. Sorry for the poor quality of my voice today, but howbeit, I'm back on to bring you the closing argument show on Truth FM 96.1. It's barely 12 minutes downside 9 o'clock from our end here in Liberia, in Painesville, right here at Truth FM. So we're also live on Kia Radio, where our folks there will be relaying us. I'm getting singular from them. We're also live on Kia Radio. So hats up to all of our many listeners, our viewers, and our followers. Welcome to every one of you guys who are following this live broadcast here. So if you are just joining, I appreciate to share the show, let others come in to watch the show. I'm seeing the man Samuel Hollywood, who is also following here. He says, wow, very interesting. That's the man Samuel Hollywood, who is also following. So to all of our listeners, our regular followers who've been following the closing argument show, who have been following closely, religiously, I appreciate all of you guys. I'd like to say hats up to you and to some of our panelists who will be joining us in a few minutes from now. But guys, please share the show, invite others to come on as we bring you some discussion on this radio. So we have a lot of trending news within our country, but let me say welcome, good evening, Liberia, good evening, Africa, good evening, the war, good evening everywhere, wherever you're following us live from. So tonight, we are not here to play some politics, but rather we are here to discuss politics on this platform where we give you some of the heated information, bring on some tough talking public figures to discuss the issue. We're not here to message you, but we're here to give you facts, to give you information, credible information, and we're also here to identify some of these areas that we think is necessary to be mentioned on this platform. So I'd like to say hats up to every one of you. Also, this is our role as media institution to provide the facts, to inform the public, to educate everyone. This is our role to do so. We are not here to run propaganda. We are not here to do what people call one-sided. But we are here, whatever issues that is meant to be discussed, we discuss it, whether opposition, whether rooting, whatever means, we are here to discuss the issue within our country, to discuss the issue around the world. So there are a lot of trending news from our end here. So basically, let's come to some of the trending news first before we dive into our regular discussion here. My name is Myean the Torgbean. I'm pretty seated in this cousin studio to provide some of the information. So let me firstly give you some of the headlines. So the first story we are seeing here is residents of rural Monrovia or rural Mosrado County lack access to safe drinking water. There are a lot of people within the rural part of Mosrado County that lack access to safe drinking water. While people will say Mosrado as a whole, people should not be having issue in terms of safe drinking water. But basically, we are going to discuss on that also. So probably we'll pass on that. And also, we saw today the chairman of the Solidarity for Trust and a New Day stand for short. The chairman Moba Molu spoke to the press today, giving some strong statements to the ruling establishment as it relates to how they are governing the country, where he did mention about so many things, saying that the country is not running in the path that it should be, rather this government is running it on how they see it, because during the Weah administration there are a lot of things that the opposition back then said about the Weah administration that excuse me, that there are a lot of things they said about the Weah administration that they themselves are still carrying on today. So basically, we are going to discuss on it, where we are going to speak to some of the public figure out there to get their view. Also, open the line for callers to make their contribution as it relates to some of the things that you, as an individual, patriotic citizens, partisans, whatever you may call yourself, to tell us what are some of the things that you saw during the Weah administration, and then now we are also seeing it within this government that you can point out to, that you can say yes, these are some of the things that we saw during the Weah administration that this government that is in power now criticized the Weah administration that they were not to do it, and then when they came to power, they are the same people doing it now. So we are going to listen to our viewers, we are going to listen to our followers to know what exactly are some of these things that they can make their own contribution towards. He also did mention about the issue about justice within our country, more violence, the issue about the 3 persons that were killed in Kinjor right after the president inauguration. The 3 persons that were protesting in Kinjor, where they were killed, shoot allegedly by Liberia National Police. And also, he did mention about this issue about Brian McGill alleged rape issue, and then he did mention that because he led a protest against this government, he was put on bench while the alleged rape case against former minister at the Ministry of Youth and Sport, Brian McGill, were not even put on bench, neither being sent to jail, but because he led a protest to the executive mansion, the July 17th protest, and just in the last month, December 17th protest by the chairman of STEM, Moba Molu. And then he also mentioned about the issue about justice and other stuff. So basically, we are going to discuss on some of these issues here. So let's see whether we can just drill you through. And we also saw today the president of the Republic of Liberia did launch the issue about infrastructure, the infrastructure conference in Ganta City, Nima County, where we saw schools of Liberians, Nibalians, we saw business tycoons, a lot of people, they were all there showcasing the talent, also attending that conference. And then within the political space, we saw the MPC political leader, Simon Freeman, said we'll bring in 25 plus American buses, school buses, to ensure transportation issue within our country. But we wait to see if this going to work. But we hope to see that Liberian people will see this, and then they will be able to benefit from this. Because apart from politics, he's a Liberian. It is good to do it for your country. It is good to do it for your people, no matter your political affiliation, no matter what you hope to achieve in the future. But if you have the opportunity, it's good that you also do it for the Liberian people. Let the people know that this is a Liberian or patriotic citizen doing this for them. No matter your political affiliation, we all know that he's anticipating to be a president of this country, wherein he's a presidential candidate, hopeful in 2029 election. Simon Freeman promised to bring into the country 25 plus American buses, school buses for transportation issue within our country. So basically, let me welcome Mr. Sylvester Pewee. Let me send him our talking points tonight. But Mr. Pewee, basically, welcome to the Closing Argument Show. As I just send you some of the training news from our end here.
Thank you, Myean. A wonderful good evening to you, and a good evening to our resilient and passionate followers, and those that are also tuned to us via the social media and that of the radios, here and that of Truth Communication, Truth FM, if you will. It's good to be back here this wonderful Monday afternoon. Today is Martin Luther King I think birthday, and it's been observed.
Yes.
It's been observed as a federal holiday here. So I just want to say a wonderful good evening to everybody. Yes, and I've been also following some you just stated about, and I was very key on this DSTV. I was planning to discuss something about DSTV today, and you spoke about the DSTV. Mr. Simon Freeman, if you will, a very flamboyant political leader of the MPC, if you will. But there's a growing concern on this DSTV thing. I think he's been doing very poorly. He's been poorly managing DSTV. As a matter of fact, the past 2 months we've been putting our money in the system to ensure to get out of dish or other things. November, December, nothing whatsoever. And I'm told he's been having some money for the guys in South Africa. That is alleged for now, but the whole DSTV issue been very poorly managed in the country, very poorly managed under his stewardship. And we would start asking a lot of questions as to the man that want to be president and criticize the current past administration that he got it right. We want to ask a hard question: where is the $100 million city he's talked about building and all those things? But we will come to that later during the show and other things. But may I just go back and reiterate most of those headlines again, please?
Okay, so thank you also much, Mr. Pewee. So like I said today, I just sent you the first story about the chairman of STAN, Moba K. Molu, where he did mention he had a press conference today which I attended, and then in the press conference he stressed a lot of things that he think this government is carrying on wrongly, which of course he called on Liberians to rally around and thank Liberians for the two-term protest which was held on July 17, and then they just ended December 17 protest, where he did mention about justice, the issue about the 3 persons that were killed in Kinjor, a lot of police brutality within our country, peaceful protesters, where he did mention about the alleged case of Brian Mangill. Also, he said that he was put on bench for leading protests, and then he's looking at the issue about the alleged case of Brian Mangill, where allegedly rape of 14, that's 15, I think 14 or 15 years ago, and then he's not being put behind bar, on bench, but rather released free, said by the IG, Seleke Kromah, and then because of that, he's calling on Liberians to rally around because he sees it from a far distance that if this government cannot or the opposition cannot come together to rally around to see how best they can put the feet on fire of this government. If not, if we get in 2029 election, if this government cannot be successful, they are definitely going to rig this election because they have the power in their hands. It's not like the Myean administration where the former president Myean saw it to be probably a giveaway for them, and then he gave the election as a peace ambassador or someone who people never believed were going to give out the election because he couldn't make it. This government cannot do it, so because of that, he's calling on Liberians opposition to rally around to see how best they can put the feet to fire of this government and see how best everything can be put under control. So with this issue about the president opening the first national infrastructure conference in Ganta City, where the president called on all of business tycoon, called on government officials, called on international partners to see how best they can invest into Liberia. And then he did mention about Nima County being one of the counties that have a great infrastructure, well developed. And then he sees Nima to be one of the greatest or the great county as it relates to Liberia, because nowadays when people come from other parts, they want to make a visit to Nima County because we have the Monima, we have the Nima Eco Lodge, we have there are a lot of places in Nima County, and Nima is also developed. So he also praised the people of Nima County, and then he called on Liberians to see how best they can rally around to make a successful impact in the life of this country and other Liberians. So I think so far so good. I'd just like to pause there for now. If there's any development, maybe probably we can give you update. But I think that you saw the open letter from the former public work minister. You muted.
No, I didn't see that.
Okay, so let me send you the letter from the public work. So I check your inbox, your WhatsApp. I send you the other story so you can just check your.
And what was the letter about?
The letter about some of the projects that is being undertaken by this government, where she did mention about the Kamara County and other main project that is being undertaken by this government, because government is continuity. So if she started the project and then this government come in, they should have to they should have to give us, maybe probably people will say credit, or to say that this government started this project and then we are undertaking it, but not to say they were the one who take the phone and then started this project. Because mind you, Mr. Pewee, Liberians are now concerned because I had the opportunity to sit with so many motorcyclists in the streets, and then some of them were asking me, you are assigned to the executive mansion, and then you know a lot of things within this government, even though you are not for any party, but we care to know from you what are some of the things that this government have done, apart from roads, apart from some of the things that they will say, yeah, we started this road project from the other place to another. But like some of the things that we will see and say, yeah, like they started pointing out like the Weah market where he built like the Invasive Sport Park. And these are places some of them were pointing out to. So with this government, they are asking what are some of the things that this government have done to say, yeah, the President Bwaka have built this market. President Bwaka had done this one for Liberian people, rehabilitation center and this and that. And they were outlining all of these things. So probably maybe because of that, that's why the public work minister came out with this statement. So I'd just like to stop out from there, and then you can just take over.
Oh yes, but Myean, it's just necessary sometimes when people get engaged in some of these things as per the way. I mean, the open letter from the past public work minister to the current minister. I don't think I haven't just sent it to them. I haven't read the letter yet, but I don't think it's a bad idea to write and try to tell your comrade of those that came after you the role they play, and in the government itself in terms of what you would do today. And what this current minister of public work going to do, where he's going to end. Another minister is going to start from there, and there will be some, I believe, sincerely, there will be some contracts that will be negotiated during the time of this current administration that may not come to fruition until probably the next government were to come in, or the next minister of public works will take from there. So he will also highlights some of the initiative or processes that have led to certain contracts coming into full swing. And I want to believe he's going to do that. So I don't think it's a bad thing that Madam Ruth Coker Collins did to remind the current minister of works about these things unfolding. Government, time to time, will always be continuity. And that's one of the reasons why we always ask people so that we pay some commitment into government development issue. There's a significant reason why we always do those things. Government will come and government gonna go. The fact that him will come and him are gonna go is the same as government. So no one person should believe they're entitled or they're going to be there forever. No, absolutely not. So it's the issue of just respect and highlighting what one have done. That this region did this and this other region going to do that. And at the end of the day, the Liberia people going to be at the receiving end. They're going to benefit from all of the infrastructure given by this administration, past administration, or future administration. It's going to be part of the way we're going to jet into some of these things. It's important. From the perspective, we'll wait a little bit when the panels are all here, then we will go much deeper into the discussion about different side of this debate, if you will, those different caution of those level, then we will take into considerations, highlighting them. But from the perspective of Stan Molu, I think it's important that we take some critical look at his point here. And we ought to be very clear. We don't have to just criticize because we find ourselves in the opposition. And if that's the way we want to push politics, that is a terrible way of doing it. And I'm of the belief that it's not necessarily a way to project yourself powerful or loud if you just move to criticize, just for the mere fact that you want to be whole, or you trying to say something that this current administration is effective because you are opposition person. If they did some good job, I mean, it is very important and significant that you highlight and amplify those points. And if they did some terrible job, or bad job, or job that is not worth discussing or worth criticizing, you condemn and proffer some solution, if you will, if you have any solution to proffer. So that's the kind of a way we have to engage the structure of our politics. This issue about Brian Miguel, and I hate to be sounding this way, and I think it is quite unfortunate and counterproductive, if you will, to continuously just stick these things that the Liberia National Police took some time. This thing happened the last day in August of last year. And from that time to quite recently, the police came and the police gave some laundry list of reasons why they believe that this guy was not culpable or liable, or why they would let him off the hook. And again, we just invited the police chief last week, I think it was on a Thursday, and the police chief was very clear here. He and his two deputies, they emphasized that if those of you that believe you got new evidence, bring the evidence, they will reopen the investigation. But for now, all of those evidences that were tried, all of the processes that were linking Mr. Brian McGill to this, to allegedly abusing this 14-year-old girl, is far from the reality. And the police saying that based on their own investigation, exhaustive investigation, they've now conclusively run a decision that Mr. Brian McGill is left off the hook. And I don't know. So you won't expect, and the reason why the police chief or those investigating from the Women and Children Professional Standard, the Women and Children Division also, when they started this investigation, the head of that department was very clear and very clinical about the methodology deployed to do this investigation. And I'm of the belief, sincerely, that the Liberia National Police deploy her best in terms of doing this investigation. The fact that they took away the DNA specimen from this girl, from the Mr. McGill, and that of trying to see if element of the biological how to call it, specimen that was on the clothes of this victim, it didn't relate. So the results from the DNA that was conducted in Rwanda proved Mr. McGill innocent. So we ought to be a little clear here, and not no clear, but we ought to be fair to the Liberia National Police that the police did not only use satellite data connectivity or CCTV investigation. The police deploy all of investigative methodology, and those investigative tactics or measures they deploy, everything, all of those proved to exonerate, came to exonerate Mr. Brian McGill. I think it's fair enough that we gave the police some level of commendation here. They put some time into this case. But the problem is that we ought to be very sentimental sometimes. If the thing is happening because we're on this side of the divide, we look at it from the other perspective. And I don't correct the whole, the opposition, those that are in opposition doing the same responsible, because the CDC, the Unity Party folks did the same. They were reckless in terms of how they spread mis and disinformation. They didn't take into consideration the issue about protecting the integrity and the stability of the country. They just threw out any information that came their way for the quest of naked power. And that's the problem we have. And the other group of people are currently trying to portray the same matter. But no, but the reason why we try to call them to halt is that we should engage into constructive criticism. It's important. What it does is that it helps move the country on the trajectory of pure democratization. The democracy should be clean. I understand politics, in other words, is dirty, we want to put it, but we cannot do that at the detriment of other people's integrity. We cannot do that at the detriment of the integrity of others. That is not what our own engagement into the politics of the day. A lot of things being unfolding. So I would think, there's other things, the violation of human rights of Liberian citizens. It's important that we highlight these things as they unfold. There are things that we believe that this government spoke of, they came to rescue. They are not engaged into trying to rescue the country in the way and manner that we expect. We come and say it in a bold tone, and we have to be full-throated about that. But it does not negate the fact that whenever anyone is involved into some a sinister campaign to smear the image of the country or a certain group of people, we ought to kind of balance the strike the balance there and say, hey, no, this is a sinister move on your path. We ought to call you to order. That's just very important. A lot of things being unfolding. So basically, we ought to understand it from that perspective. This perspective of not only saying that, because, you know, and that's the reason why sometimes folks will come out and people will listen sometimes when folks were to come out to declare their own position. No one is questioning anybody's significance or popularity. No, the issue is that you can still be popular in a very negative way. And if you are popular and people don't respect you, you're useless. And there where folks will have to push the level of reasonability into certain individuals. Just kind of say, oh, I'm popular, I got this line, I got this line. If you're popular and just useless, and then there's no need of that popularity. And then no one going to respect your view. There's no need of that popularity. Whenever you declare side or support this side, no one going to listen. There's no need of that. So that's part of the reason why we all have to be very objective in terms of what we want to do. This issue about power and the control of power, I understand, is pushing other people in the way and manner they have to do things. But we collectively have to also push to what we want to do and how we want to go about doing what we want to do. If we cannot do those things, then we headed for a problem. And that's the way we ought to structure most of these things that are happening in the country. That's it. And I'm seeing the minister of public works, the former minister of public works, writing the current minister. I'm finding it difficult as to what the motive behind it. Say, I read with respect a sincere sense of national responsibility regarding the infrastructure conference being held in Garguah City, Nimba County. That is organized by the Ministry of Public Works. As the immediate past Minister of Public Works, a professional and career engineer, engineer who has served this country diligently, I'm concerned, and particularly note that I was not invited. You see, and this where I was actually trying to I mean, this is not, and I agree. You know, this is just another thing. Sometimes the minister is having some issue why she's concerned why she was particularly not invited as an individual, and she referred to herself as a professional Liberian engineer. No one's going to take that from her. She's a professional person and she's an engineer. Granted. And this kind of infrastructure conference, are we expected to invite most of our professional and well-competent engineer and those are involved into all these things? Of course we are to do that. And this is one of the reasons why Liberia is always, again, is a problem. It's winner take all scenario here in some cases, if you will. But part of what she said, yes, she said such conference would take something about what she referred to as to provide valuable opportunity for knowledge sharing. She believed from her perspective, she's a professional Liberian engineer. It was incumbent upon this current public work administration to invite her so that she shares some of the powerful knowledge she got in engineering. Does that make sense? Absolutely. But again, she says she's not criticizing. Her concern she's raising is not in the spirit of to criticize the current administration, but in the spirit, but in good faith and with the hope that the future embrace broader professional participation in the benefit of our country. Granted. And that is also to the point. Was it an oversight that the current minister didn't invite her? Is she already politicizing this? And what's the intent of the infrastructure conference held in Nimba County currently? The intent is that the government, we all have said it time to time, that we got some serious infrastructure deficit. Serious infrastructure deficit in Liberia. Is this conference geared to trying to improve and begin the process of reorganizing the infrastructure area and trying at least try to push to uplift our infrastructure deficit we have? There's a serious infrastructure problem across the country, serious one. And let me also move to commend the president and the public work ministry of trying to establish this, having the infrastructure conference. After the infrastructure conference, where are we Liberians, what are we anticipating? And the ministry, what's the blueprint for this infrastructure conference? What are we to expect immediately after this moving forward in year 2? We are going year 2 of this government. We are next week. We will begin year 3. That's going to be the beginning of the middle of the term of this current president. The current president is now calling an infrastructure conference in. We still have a serious gap in terms of our infrastructure. There's a serious, big time. We have nothing infrastructure in terms of infrastructure development. So we have to time move on these things and wanting to structure them and move accordingly. Yeah, there are some effort being made to do some road infrastructure, if you will. The road from Lofa going in is still the same, but I'm being told that Kuwaiti came in. There's some aggressive effort to extend the road now to Saraya, moving through Zozo district, and that through Zozo district to Konya, then the Myean. There's some very aggressive and authentic effort been put in place by the government of Liberia to engage international partners to extend that road in a more exponential way. But because the road stay in the Sarai district area, in Golu, if you will. When I was there last month, when I drove on that road last month, they were stay in Golu. And then when the road stopped during the former government, the former president, we administration, then where the road stopped. And they says that there's this call now that there's some progressive work being done to ensure that the road is in Sarai before the close of this dry season. And then moving forward, the next dry season, probably next year, there will be this aggressive and progressive plan also in the works to ensure that the roads now from the Sarai district now entering into Zozo district and hitting that phase will go more deeper into Zozo district, will stop in Konya. If that's the case, then the next phase will be pushing more deeper into the Vonjaman district area also. And then probably the last phase will be hitting the Manikama area, passing the Foya and the Manikama border. And that's why they call it the Banga Manikama Highway. Probably when the road is done, we'll change it to the Joseph Yima Bwaka Highway. And I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. But there's a need that we have the infrastructure in place. The road connectivity is very significant for economic growth also. It's very significant for us to commute freely. And if we were to commute freely, where we goods and services moving through, you see, Ganta is getting the level of infrastructure you see now in Nimba. Ganta got almost 80% of the infrastructure you have in Nimba in terms of some of those things. Hotels telling, yeah, it's okay. Ganta, but structurally, the entire area, it doesn't give Ganta the facelift Ganta required, because there will have to be some things to get rid of some of those makeshift structures in the way of these buildings that we have in Ganta. But it doesn't. That is sad. Ganta it will be the second area you think that we have some just very basic economic activity in affording, and that is due to the road being done in Ganta. If you have to do the Lofa road, another point that's going to be creating some attraction very soon that I was there will be the Zozo area. As a matter of fact, Zozo is strategically located not far from the Yela border with Guinea. And there's a lot of economic activities that we have to push through the Yeda entry point, because Yeda is there strategic. There is a strategic town, and it's situated there with the border, and a lot of economic, commercial activity or trade and commerce unfold between the both countries via the Yeda crossing point. But part of the hurdles are part of those bottleneck that's always hindering huge revenue collection from the Yeda crossing point, because we do have the custom that's situated there also. Before, a lot of vehicles would pass through there. There are Liberians that believe that the tariff we have to the direct free port is very high, so they will have to pass through Guinea-Conakry, and then we'll drive a long distance from Conakry all through Mamukidia, Kisidu, all through all those areas, and then come Kikidu, Masanta. Then Masanta, you come to Kwema, and then you cross into the Yela border there, and then back from there you drive the vehicle into Monrovia. There have been some concern. So if you have to do the road, pass through Zozo, and then you do an extension from Zozo to Yeda, I think that should be the total distance. Driving time will be around 15 miles, if you will. 15 to 20 miles, if I'm not mistaken. 15, tell about, yeah. Then you directly into that side of it. Then you're going to see some massive trooping of people to get involved, engaged in different economic activities, because we have some strategic area. For instance, behind the Passaman, the Zoro region there a lot of money activities in gold and some small diamond, particularly gold, taking place somewhere there in the Zima forest and behind that side of it. And all those areas, there's some logging activity also taking place in the deeper forest in Zosa district. If those things were to materialize and we have the road done, you're going to open the pathway for massive economic activities in that part of things, and commerce and trade would start to pick up. And if that were to something, people will now pull up into Zozo, and then you will see different people investing their money. I've also planned to say, hey, I want to get a learn in Zozo, to build a house in Zozo. And that's one that whenever we're in town, like a Thursday, you leave the heat from the city and just drive in the rural part of the country. Spend some time with family members, with friends, if you will. You know, so that will be the beginning of decongesting the metropolitan area of Monrovia, because significantly we have bulk of the folks who just come to town, nothing doing in town. Can you be more useful and productive back in part of those rural communities in terms of agricultural activities and different sort of things will happen. So that's the reason behind infrastructure development, if you will. So we actually do hail this government for the plan to push the infrastructure program. There's a lot of reasons why we ought to support the government and the president for that. And the current public works minister, I was told the last time the Rabasport to Mandina Road, the pavement started already. Rabasport to Mandina. That's significant. It's very significant. And another very important, significant information we got also is the road from the Broadway store all the way into Dopoh City. That would be an extraordinary thing if this government were to do that road. The road from Broadway, I think the Broadway store, if you will, all the way into Dopoh City, Dopoh County. That means that we're going to pass through Bomi County from that end and then enter that. Now, it's not going to be the road from Tottenham into Dopoh City. No. It's doing this one from Broadway store all the way, I tell you what kind of corner or whatever, into Bomi County. Then I drove on that road before in 2014 when I did this tour from New Progressive in that part of the country, in Bomi and Dopoh. We were all in the better forest in that time. It was not as bad, but it was, some part was very good and some part was that terrible. But if it is paved, then it's done. That side of it is up. And then you're going to have, now, the last time when I visited Dopoh County, there was a time I visited Dopoh County, and this tour of Dopoh at the time, there's a lot of illicit mining taking place in that part of the country. You have the Fulanese that are there in their hundreds, just the pro-bro machines, and they just there. I don't know. There's another camp that is being run by the former Special Forces, Jungle Gym. I've visited Jungle Gym camp, where he had a lot of people there working for him and all those things. Now, if the government were to do the role from Brove, Moulton Corner, how they call it, Brove store into Dopoh City and some part of entering the better forest, or to Bayama, and that would be a significant development. Then the government can move down to restrict and try to put into place proper mining activities in those areas, because there are a lot of folks stay involved into illicit mining. Those camps are there. People are living normal life in those areas. And other economic activities there. There's camp. They're told to build those camps. I think I should still have some of those photos. I will have to go back to my cloud and see if I still have some of those photos and videos, if you will. So there's a need to do those things. If in terms of infrastructure, we do have serious infrastructure deficit in the country. If the country were to move to fix some of these things, it's going to be a good thing to do. For me, I would take that as over any political party thing or whatsoever, if you were to give me that results. Because my concern is the last time when I was in the country, a lot of time, two of my vehicles, if you will, it got, if you were to go into the rough terrain, if you back, you have to spend a lot of money on the vehicles. Yeah, and some of us, we love these things to be very comfortable. So we carry out a good vehicle on those roads and it just gets damaged because the country roads are terrible. They are all mess. So Mandina to Rabasport, good development, pavement started. And the information also, the last time I was in, the pavement started also for, that's the community road. For the road, the soul cleaning road, I think hitting some part of Dopoh road or so. Coffee, I don't know where that road going to reconnect, but that's the information. That project also started while I was in the country. That's a serious development there, and we should commend the government for that. So there are a lot of other options that we say going to consider where we to move into these things. But I'm particularly very key of saying the Lofa road. That's a very important road because a lot of agricultural activities is unfolding in that, and the Lofians are very, very, very productive in terms of food production. The fact that Lofians are very productive in terms of food production, and most of the problem, the last time, again, before now, you see a lot of the cars going to get stuck, particularly during the rain. The cars will get stuck, and soon we're going to be there. Now we're in the dry, but soon, now May, pushing to June, there's going to be some problem. And that's the time we have most of our perishable crops, if you will, those crops that can just, in no time, those products, last time when you transporting them 2-3 days, get damaged. If the road are very passable and pliable, no time you get those crops. I mean, they're in town, they're ready for the market. So that's the problem. So we already thank God for that and pray that the country will want to move on, that we can leave Fontaine, Monrovia, and maybe take from Painesville Red Light and say, okay, the drive from here to Zozo will take me 4 hours? Reasonably, if you drive in for safety reasons, though that's a regular speed of between 70-75 miles per hour, you may be hitting Zozo in 4 hours. In 4 hours, that's just reasonable. So I mean, it's important that we push to understand some of these things moving on in the country, and a lot of debate going to come out as to why and we look forward to listening to what the president is going to say about the whole infrastructure thing. I didn't follow, but I think the president highlighted some very important things, and we ought to do that. He talked about what we have in nearby Ganta. It's true in nearby County. And as Myean was saying, Echo Lodge and all those things, these are beautiful sites and all those lines. The reason behind that is that because we got a road in the nearby. When the road to Ganta was terrible then, some time ago, we didn't have these buildings, the beautiful area that are all into Ganta, Jackie, we didn't have them there. Even the area that's owned by the Chief Justice, we didn't have those areas. So trust me, if the road is good going to Zozo, going to Vonjama is also a beautiful area. It's a wonderful scenery. Vonjama, the topography around Vonjama is very beautiful. It's a mountainous area. Even the Zozo area also, you see the Grand Forest. So if you have to do the road there, the fence, people from Zozo are going to pull in their own support to this area. So I mean, it's just important that we emphasize all those things that we expect to see unfold in the country. It's very important. It's very important that we emphasize. So some of the point now people about issue about violating the rights of about citizens. That will be a significant number. Myean, are you there? That would be a significant aspect. That would be a significant aspect if we were to consider the road situation, all those things, and you know, but there's different. Myean, are you there? So some of these things sometimes will unfold on the basis of how we intend to do it, how we see them, and yeah, Myean.
Yeah, Mr. Pewee, I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you all so much, Mr. Sylvester Pewee. So we have been here bringing you some information as it relates to Mama Liberia and other international news. So we have roughly about 3 minutes past 10 o'clock here in the city of Painesville. So if you are listening to us via True FM or Kia Radio or other media outlet, I'd like to just probably media in.
You said you not start something or what?
Let me see. Okay, so I think Mr. Pewee is trying to do some adjustment there. But let me see where I can recognize some of our followers who I just joined. I'm seeing the man Samuel Hollywood. I'm seeing Daniel alongside Alfred, Martina. That's Martin, Woody. And then I think so far so good. That's the number of people I'm seeing for now. So guys, I appreciate you to keep sharing the show until we are with the other panelists to come on. So hopefully by now we should be seeing some of them coming in. But welcome guys. So basically, let's see where we can bring you some information from the former CDC chair, who is now the chairman of STEM, Kehleboe, making some strong statements today during his press conference about so many things that are going on within the country as it relates to some of the things that this government, when they were in power and when they were in opposition, but then squares on this issue about some of the things that we administration were doing, and then the same government who is now in power, they are doing the same thing. So indeed mention about the issue about police brutality, the issue about mob violence, injustice, and there are a lot of things that he did mention today. But we have so many folks who are not paying attention to some of these things, because if we as a country come out to say yes, we should not accept this. But I think Mr. Pewee is back on. So Mr. Pewee, are you set up?
Yeah, I'm back, man. I just needed to relocate in my office. I thought I'll be more comfortable here, and so just try to relocate because I didn't want sometime when I'm upstairs there will be some other probably inadvertent interference or so, and that's what I intended to just come down. Yeah, but yeah, it's important that we highlight some of these things that you're saying, Maya, and I wanted you to be on a little bit. Let me ask you one or two about some of those human rights violation things. Listen, I think it is the responsibility of every Liberian individual of the right, if I will, of what we call freedom of speech. That's the right. That right is protected for under the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. But the only thing for us on our Constitution, that right comes with responsibility. The responsibility, like it's not like what we have here in the First Amendment, is a powerful, powerful instrument element here in the Constitution of this country that allows every citizen here to have the way to speak out. That power is the power that was given to them by the Constitution. It's well respected. It's some of the reason that you want to see. But again, back in Liberia, I agree. Mr. Molu was saying that this government came on the matter of rescue. If you came on the matter of rescue, the bar is set very high for you. There's a lot of different things, and we'll take some time to go to most of those discussions. But a lot of things, some things unfolded today, and I listened to some of the things that are currently happening in the country. That Herod Costa were accusing, did accuse, not only accuse or accusing, they accuse Mr. Dillon, Senator Dillon, Senator Yombli Kanga, he giving of some criminal activities, if you will, in line with, alongside with the legal advisor, trying to incriminate those people, the legal advisor to the president. He went on today, and I even actually I wanted to see that letter and other things, but I established the letter Mr. Costa was trying to use as a huge instrument. That letter was the letter when the president first vetoed this bill, and it was the opinion of the Attorney General. There's not a new, there's no second opinion from the Attorney General on that note. This note, before I think the Senate did all of the basic cleaning up and rectification of those things to say that would have usurped the function of the Maritime Act and that of the fishery, the National Fishery and Aqua institutions, and that of the Liberian Maritime Authority. That was the time the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, opined on this matter. And that opinion that was expressed by the Attorney General, I think, was on the basis of what informed the President's decision to veto the very act. And this act is not the Port of Buchanan. And we ought to be very clear that if you saw folks trying to emphasize this thing, that this is just only the emphasis only on the Port of Buchanan. This is the Port Decentralization Act. And this Port Decentralization Act, Myean and others, I think it's very clear. It's trying to decentralize the port to create some economic. And before I came on the show and I supported this issue, I'm not supporting it because anyone hired me to support it. I supported this issue because I believe sincerely that it's going to create jobs for the job opportunity for the country. And we should not put, listen, there's a lot of clandestine things unfolding behind the scene that most of us don't understand. And few folks that believe that they are popular, they will take money from corrupt government officials and come and defend the wrong things. And this is wrong. We ought to be very vehement about this and be very proactive in trying to highlight some of these things as they unfold. Now, most of these things, the issue that were highlighted in the president or the justice minister, the attorney general, and this justice minister is the minister today. People are trying to reference when they're saying the justice minister, they lambasted yesterday when he opined on this removal of the speaker issue. The same justice minister today, folks are now trying to see to be a very good minister of justice and giving an eloquent opinion is the same justice minister that you lambasted yesterday. You know, the hypocrisy and the level of desperation of certain individuals just in the mere need of being hired to say certain things, not on the basis of integrity, is troubling. Now, the Minister of Justice was very clear. This opinion, the opinion that he put on the president have not vetoed this bill again since they sent it back to him. The president haven't vetoed it, but he haven't signed it. And so is the national budget of the Republic of that. So most of the instruments that were just sent to the president, he haven't signed them. Up to now, the national budget have not been signed by the president. So to come out and say the legal advisor to the president, Bujiben Keita, Senator Dillon, Senator Kanga Lawrence, are involved to change the law of the country, law that have, according to him, that was passed. That is criminal in nature if it is true. But but it is incumbent upon some of us sitting in our corner to just push the narrative here to folks that those information are just meant to malign these people's reputation. There's nothing, there's no bin on the air trying to do things about saying this thing is going to benefit the port of Harper. It will also benefit the port of Buchanan. Now, someone is coming to be very dogmatic here to say, how would this individual port function? If you open this port out, people will come in to put money and there will be create. Listen, we brought a marine specialist the last time on the show. And he highlighted and pointed out all of the major area investors are going to take opportunity of. Leave aside marine operation and other things. There are a lot of things you can do to ensure that this port will be vibrant and more efficient. Even up to current, how is the port of Harper getting anything? Because there are no creative means put into place to ensure that, and innovative, to ensure that we start to capture. Cote d'Ivoire is a very big country, a country of almost 20 plus million people. And the port of Harper is not distant. The port of Harper is very close to major cities around the Cote d'Ivoire as compared to our capital city. What can we do to leverage that proximity to a very big country and other countries nearby? We can also use that port and put into place some significant program that will allow other ship lines to use that area. Listen, into global shipping, there are a lot of methodology of creative means you can explore. And using some of those ports, we are strategically located. Some of those ports can use that as a hub to get goods and services to other major cities across West Africa or in other part of Africa, if you will, in other part of the globe. So we are located and we got those ports a lot of countries don't have. So how can we leverage that? For instance, you're going to bring some money, and soon there will be a lot of operation in terms of exploration, offshore, and other things. We knew there's going to be a lot of logistic activities unfolding in the Buchanan port. The Buchanan port is currently being used by ArcelorMittal and other things. We have the Sano port, the Greenville port, if you will. So this whole thing about coming up and trying to, is there any problem? This whole thing about coming up and just trying to push.
Okay now.
This whole thing coming up and just trying to come and attack and single out just two. And you see, the more bizarre thing about this whole debate this morning, what I listened to, is that why you want to single out just two senators, or 30 senators, and all of the representatives and other individual that went into this issue, that went to this. Only Grand Bassa, Senator Dillon from Grand Bassa, not from Grand Bassa, from Mosorado, but he's a Bassa man, and Senator Yombli Kanga. Period. That's the only two individuals signed this and voted for this law. That's the only two individuals pushing for this decentralization. Are they also pushing this? And we should stop this thing and allow. And that's why I was saying now we should begin the process of ensuring that there should be some serious accountability. And there's not much accountability being conducted. The oversight responsibility of the lawmakers, both senators and representatives, is not being taken seriously. That's why sometimes you sit. One managing director will say here, currently believe he can abuse the resources of the country to give to some higher guns and come and spree up nonsense and attack the personality of other senators and lawmakers. And we said we believe that is the normal room. That's the normal nature of things. No one is making this guy to an account. He's abusing the resources at the National Port Authority. And then he's using the same money, paying higher guns, paying surrogates to attack other lawmakers and senators, if you will. It's serious. If these lawmakers and senators are also making sure that they are protecting the space or performing their constitutional and responsibility to ensure that government officials are accounting for the stewardship in these institutions, they won't be doing these things. Because if someone's accounting, the port got enormous, vast resources and means of getting a lot of money, a lot of means. All those areas should be accounted for. The different warehouses we have, the vast property the port has. Who is accounting for how those money are collected and spent? Only one person. And that's what that person does not now want the whole issue, the issue about the decentralization. He doesn't want that to go away, so that you have exclusive power in just dishing money here, there, believing that himself is squandering most of those things, and believe that the way forward is to pay higher guns to talk. And someone would imagine you being paid to say something. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about it? And then you should be the person talking for me. I don't want to go on the issue about who supported who. No, my point is that this law is a good thing for the country because it's going to bring a lot of benefit. Now, from the public policy perspective, it's going to bring enormous. It's a policy generated thing, right? If this act was to pass, and you have the port of Buchanan, the port of Harper, and the port of Greenville, these institutions are going to be very autonomous on their own, and they will raise their own funding. We need an innovative and creative individual to come in those areas, and they're going to set the basis for those ports to be profitable. And the profitability is what we all need to focus on. And it's not an issue about someone trying to come in and saying this. Two individuals cannot ensure a law is passed. This issue about the decentralization of the port is a brilliant idea that Liberians should see. And I believe I was saying something last time. I said folks around the presidency, and that's one of the reasons why the presidency itself is surrounded by a lot of dangerous individuals that are seeking their own interests. And this is troubling. If you are to have people around the presidency divided, because all of those that are around the presidency, they are heavily divided with their own personal interests. And see, so some group of people are telling the Mr. President, don't sound this. Other people say, no, Mr. President, sound this. And it's troubling. It's not a good thing for the country. And that's part of the reason why we need the president to be in charge of the presidency as the president. If you're not in charge of the presidency, it's troubling. And you allow very dangerous elements that are seeking personal self-aggrandizement to seek the interests of the country. Let me say to you, wonderful welcome to you, Sarah Dopoh. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Pewee. Thank you so much for having me. I want to say hi to our followers out there. And I listened to you talking about the podcast today by Henry Costa with regards to the things he was saying about the decentralization of the ports and how he, when when I'm here and saying a lot of things about Yomni Kanga and Darius DeLong with regards to this whole, post thing. I was actually mad about that. I was on that post and I said what I had to say. People can curse me or curse whatever they want to curse, but I was on that post. And just like you said, hypocrisy is the next war that we have to fight for our country. Hypocrisy. We need gallant men and women that will stand for our country and say this is right, it is right. No matter what it is, leave all the spinning away, put aside all the spinning, put aside all the twisting. What is right for our country? People, gallant men and women should stand for it, regardless of party, affiliation. We have folks every day, people, that get up in the morning in our country, walk around with nothing to do. Absolutely nothing to do. They don't have jobs. They don't have anything. Even to put food on the table is difficult. When somebody dies from them, people have to rally around to bury that person. A lot of things our people are facing. Okay? A lot of things our people are facing. So if you have somebody who sits in America or in Liberia, wherever it is, and because you think people can give you little money, and then you can come on your podcast because you got 2K plus views and insult people who are fighting hard to create jobs for our people who will come at you. You can say your students will cuss. I don't care. Cussing don't define me. You can cuss any kind of way you want to cuss. I don't care. Because to cuss someone or to cuss me does not define the kind of person or who I am. It doesn't define me. So I don't care about your cussing. But Liberia remains our country, every one of us. And we will put our mouth inside. When it comes to doing the right thing for our country, we'll put our mouth inside. So you won't can't cuss. For me, I'm already prepared for the cussing. I don't care.
Who won't cuss again?
No, when you get under that post, you be saying stuff, then they start cussing you out. I was under the post. I was under the post today and they were cussing, so the other man said, oh, we are there, so I don't care. Your cussing does not define me. It doesn't put food on my table. I don't beg you for bread. Liberia remains my country. When it comes to discussing the issue, all of our power Moisa. So you can call for another judgment in your business.
Absolutely. For me, I don't want to go to the personal side of things I had to discuss.
No, but Pewee, no. Pewee, let me stop you right there. If you say we should not be hypocritical, we should not be cowards.
You're right.
Well.
You're right.
We should not be cowards. Let poor fast where it belongs. There's the young man who came out. There are a lot of thousands of people that listen to him. Thousands of people. So for him to come out and try to change the mind of our young people to say, oh, this is not good. What is the reason for that? So we have to say our own. We have to stop. We shouldn't be cowards here. We shouldn't be cowards. Let's say it as it is. We should not be cowards. Seriously.
You're right. No, Hooks, right? We respect your view here, and you one of those are finding your attending. But if your leader is saying things that are other, trust me, the fact that your leader being loud will hit other people sometimes loosely, sometimes recklessly, with no iota of evidence, and that will take it up. And this is
the same man. This is the same man. I'm not cutting you up here with. This is the same man who criticized the very justice minister when he came out with certain things. I just
said this, and you know what, he can sometimes forget like a kindergarten student. Some kindergarten students don't even forget, right? Or daycare student, if you will. But this is the same. These are the same people that came out and said that this justice minister didn't work to be Attorney General. Today, you citing a brilliant opinion from him, but unfortunately, the opinion you citing from the Attorney General is not a new opinion. It's an opinion that he sent out, and then the houses. What they did, they went to a compromise. I'm not compromise. What I want to call a review from both sides, and they rectified and changed some of those things that they believe that would have usurped the function of both the Maritime Authority and that of the National Fishery, the Aqua Fishery Center territory. So they did that, and ever since they did that, the president have not vetoed the bill again for the second time. Okay. The justice minister opinion that he was reading is all opinion.
Right.
It came before this. Right. The institution acted on this issue. So the whole thing is that the managing director of the port currently, the National Port Authority, he's so panicked that his job will be on some issue here. So he's doing everything. He's spending thousands of dollars.
Is that even the case, Pewee?
Yeah. And
is that even the case? Even if his job would be something, I mean, he's not going to lose his job. The fact of the matter here, it let other people have opportunities as well.
No, but Sarah, there's not an issue about his job. The issue is about the power and the amount of money he's going to control. He controls all the ports.
Oh, please.
And there are a lot of things happening behind the scene that many Liberians, and sometimes we all sit there. We don't want to too many welcome, man. Please, we don't talk about these things.
I think we should invite the senator back here to give us a little bit more insight on the whole.
It's important about that. The port. Someone just sent me a long list. I was just talking about the port. The port alone, the amount of warehouse, the property, the free port, just by collecting, and people should start accounting for those monies.
Yeah, they don't.
A lot of money come through the port. All the way, you see, all the
brother is getting rich, and he want other people to be working around.
Importers and other things, you know, too many. Let me bring you in, please, man. But I mean, so Nora, the point is that folks want to discuss some of these things. We ought to be very realistic here as we discuss things. We cannot just come from the blue and believe that we want to be considered angels. And when you're in the glass house, don't choose to. Dr. Peabody,
people let to cost me. I don't care. I don't think.
Welcome, Dr. Peabody.
Good to see you, Sylvester. Good to see everybody, man. Sarah, Tomalin.
Yeah.
Good to see everybody.
How you doing?
I'm well. But gosh, this is it. The thing is, this port manager is such a greedy guy. This guy was involved in one of the major corruption, bringing in the Chinese man, duping him out of huge sum of money.
Yeah,
very huge sum of money.
And I guess they step on that case. So nothing where
the justice minister he interpret that one. You know, he didn't come out to interpret that one. And this guy is alleged that he's importing rice as well. This means he importing rice into Liberia. The managing director of National Port Authority. But what I would say here is, look, about all the senators we have over there, Senator Dillon is one of the most decent guys. You can call him corrupt. You can call him names. Dillon have come up at time to expose some ills in our society. He have come up and he has stood his ground in exposing people. So people can come up and they can condemn him. They can call him name. And, you know, the thing is sometimes we forget. We're quick to forget. You know, sometimes the relationship that we build among our friends and stuff like that, even if we don't like the deliberation on some things, getting in public and disgracing and trying to disgrace them just to satisfy one other point or somebody needs and stuff like that, so that he will control all these ports, control all the money. This guy had a major criminal case on him. He had a major criminal case. Nothing happened to that case. Nothing. Because he was in he robbed this Chinese man of his money. This guy is also importing rice into the country. You don't know what else he's doing. And people are sitting there and think this guy is really doing it for the interest of the country, to benefit the Liberian people. That's false. It's not going to work. It's not going to happen. He's only doing it as a self-aggrandizement to satisfy himself. And that's why you see he's going back and forth. He's paying money all over to different media group or to different group who can help him up and do these things. But this guy is not in the interest of the Liberian people. And all he's doing is to just get himself more money and reach himself. There are other reports here from Minnesota when this guy lived in Minnesota. There are other damaging reports from Minnesota here about this port manager. But the thing about Liberia, we have no decency. We don't care. Once that is in our interest, we don't try to go after him. We don't try to remove. The moment that case came up, that was a ground for him to know. I mean, for him to be either put out of that National Port Authority. But you know, he's connected with some very top folks in the government. You know, in the executive. So nothing will happen. At the end of the day, he will get his will. That's why he's all paying a lot of money and looking for promotional stuff.
Absolutely. Tomalin. You know, man, that President Boaga chatting with you, so?
I wish you were chatting with me. No, but good to be back, man. And I want to say hi to Cyril, to Peabody, and our viewers. Talking about this issue, about this port bill. You know, for me, I always like to dig deeper. And what I found out today is that the question now is that what was said today, I was told that when I tried to inquire, they said you should ask whether the Justice Minister has submitted his second opinion. I said, for real?
No.
Also, that opinion was the old opinion.
It's the old one.
They said he hasn't submitted a second opinion yet. And I was shocked. But what's happening, what I noticed happening within what happened is that, and if I was especially the CDC or the ANC now, take advantage of it. It tells you that there's a complete chaos in the alliance.
Okay? Ultimately, your movement can take advantage of it.
My movement? No, we are disrupt. We go on bigger thing with a bigger price. We disrupt. No, we are going to disrupt the whole system. What happened? We disrupted our concern. But what I was told is that, for instance, right? For instance, somebody said in the president, in his orbit, is a divide there. The Mamaka group one side, the other group one side. Then the president said,
"Wow,
do you think Bwaka right now he's going for re-election? Jeff Dunbar-Mafu, he was on the run. Now, do you think Bwaka will allow one of the alliance party to he will take that party to put it aside for individuals? Think about it. You say Sekou Douglas, he not member of no party. He was only spending money during the time to help the old man during the time, but to say the real party folks and thing. So now, and I was told today that somebody was making fun of other Dylan. They say, "Oh, Dylan," and your old man best on you. So the man you push for the man best on you now. And so, and it like what happened? So it's a divide, a split. Okay, but I'm honest with you. What was said today is very damaging to Yomli, and every time she breaks her silence, you shouldn't be silent. You got to speak because there were heavy allegation level against you today by Costa. So you can't be the president pro tem of the Senate and you remain silent. But it plays to the advantage of the opposition. Will they capitalize on it and take it and do something? But it's up to them. But the opposition is so weak. They're so weak. I'm sorry to say, but they're so weak to say we'll capitalize on it. All they see them doing all day in the various chat rooms. You this with this, you this, you did that. All they're doing is to each other.
Opposition being punching.
They're not doing nothing, man. They're not moving the needle.
What you said? What you wanted to do? Get in the street so they can kill them.
Who will kill them? Come on, come on, nobody kill anybody.
We see United Party people using live on people.
Today is in this country called America. Martin Luther King said the greatest power of the people is protest. To protest. Okay, as recognizing today, he said protest is the greatest power of the people to protest. Okay, now in America,
but Tomalin, I'm not cutting you off.
You saw
Model protest how they not already charged him for something he did not do. Yeah. Let's be realistic here.
No,
the people are doing the best humanly possible.
What I see they're doing for you. That's why I keep on saying the two parties not helping themselves. They not putting we did that one. All they're doing each other. But what happened right now? Playing on each other.
Yeah, but Tomalin,
you take advantage of the they kind of what happened today. Opposition will take care and even you not like the person in the
the war we're fighting now is intellectual war. We're moving away from that.
Can you hear me?
Intellectual war now.
Let that and then we'll move on. Please.
Yeah, it's not going to help. So
you can hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, what I can say is that it shows you that there's a fracture in the alliance. There's nobody can tell me you need rocket science to know it that it's a fracture. I think Costa getting information Costa getting that from people in the alliance giving to him. That the people who are opposing Yomli and her team, they're the one who gave information to him and he going with it. Trust me, you think it's a split in the alliance. Honestly, it shows you that there's a crack. They're not together. And so when you're divided, what happened? Your opponent can take advantage of it and run with it and capitalize on it. But again, we are on the platform. We're watching this fight. See how far it go. We'll see whether the Yombly camp or Dylan will respond. We don't know. We're watching to see what happens. But
anyone that can come on the platform will be glad.
I know it will be a very, very deadly, nasty fight. That you will hear more information coming up. We should just open our ears and get ready to embrace it. It's going to happen. It's going to be a big fight where to every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. And you know very well, knowing Dylan, he will respond. You know that. And I don't know about the protest because she don't like, as somebody who I don't see like the press, she had to go in the media. But I think about time that she breaks her silence because heavy allegation was leveled against them in the last 2 times. So let's see what happened.
Yeah, but quickly before I go to Safa here, I don't think the crack is the information that most of the information that Costa was trying to use to push the letter. I think probably he may have gotten that from the MD or so. The guy that hired him to go on this thing. It's clear now that, but within the presidency also, you have this division within the presidency. Yes. Mamaka division, and Mamaka is heavily signed with him. That is on one of the notes and other thing, and there's this problem between. So even within the presidency, there's a serious problem. There's now a coordinated voice in the presidency. There's a problem, and I agree partly. Somehow, I agree with you rather that there will be some serious problem moving on if the president were not to manage this thing. Shafa, this is the beginning of our talking point today. The whole debate. We have some feedback, please. This debate about the Put Decentralization Act is taking another shift, and the shift is that this morning Costa came and openly accused Senator Dillon, Senator Yombly Kanga Lawrence, and that of the legal advisor to the president, Bujuben Keita, Councillor Bujuben Keita, of some act of criminality. Let me put it that way. Let me be blatant. Of some act of criminality. They're trying to alter, according to him, alter and finger and other things and then he went far. Yeah, he went far. He went far saying he accused. He said Senator Dillon and Senator Lawrence Kanga planted Mandela Kopo.
A strategic relationship.
Strategic relationship with the speaker.
Strategic loving.
Strategic loving. She was planted for strategic loving.
I'm coming love for my strategic loving. Yeah.
This is serious. Strategic loving affairs, so that they will exploit and I don't know, do things and just pillage the resources of the Liberian people. Is that a serious thing? Because these are not likely accusation. So I just thought to seek your opinion on this one. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, good evening, folks. I'm going to take a different approach. First thing, I'm against this decentralization bill. I'm not looking at the bill from the stance of Sekou Douklé. The National Port Authority were incorporated by law 1967. It was amended in 1970. Sekou Douklé, what I mean, born then. Wherever we center this argument around individual, we lost the main crux of the matter. The main crux of the matter is that the people that are supporting the bill are not brave enough to stand behind a microphone to take questions. And there's a very crucial bill that's going to shape the future of the country. So who's the sponsor of the bill? Who authored this bill? What committee it went through? Was there public hearing? Nobody knows. This is something that's going to change the whole landmark of our country and just going to go 10G speed. The people that are backing the bill cannot go behind a microphone. The few of them that stand up to talk, they talk about, oh, you don't contribute to the budget. There's no financial transparency. But you're lawmakers. Have you ever summoned this guy and asked him why he's not contributing to the budget? No. Have you ever summoned the head of the SOE and tell us why these SOEs financial are not being made public? No. If they don't want to comply, go back to the law that created the Port Authority and put clauses into the law that would make them to public these financials according to law. But they choose not to do none of that. They choose to divvy up the state asset according to the county, and the county will have shares in it. What's going to happen, people? The country is getting to a tribal point that if Sylvester Pewee from Lofa and is a super port expert, the port say, you come and bring a Lofa man to come manage our Basel port. We shouldn't be having the kind of conversation in that country. We should go on competence. So the lawmaker has all the power to. They haven't told us why The National Port Authority are not contributing to the budget, and they have the power to know why. But they choose the other way to go. Since you can't contribute to the budget, we'll take some for you and have it for ourselves.
Maybe they know and they sign with it.
And they'll have it for ourselves. And it's wrong. It's wrong. The National Port Authority, yeah, we understand there's issues in the port operations. Yeah, there's no tugboat. The marine services going to APM terminal. That's a bunch of the revenue. So what's the Port Authority plan to take that away from APM services that they can have it? Even if they outsource it to another company, but that will not be part of APM services. APM services will focus on port operations. So what are the plans? What are the strategic plans for the National Port Authority? None of that. And the lawmakers can summon the board and the MD. We have 2 or 3 ministers that sit on the NPA board as a statutory responsibility, including the Ministry of Finance. So they should know why the people are not contributing. But everybody just mute. So the solution is to just break it up, and then we get our piece of the pie. Which I appeal to the president not to sign it. Not to sign it. I don't care what Costa said, whether that thing from the Justice Ministry was old, but the president shouldn't sign it. That's a bad precedent for the country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's important. That's your side of it, and I think for me, part of the reason what I saw into the lawmakers said that there was some they engaged via committee. They engaged different expertise about the bill. It's not on every bill, if you will, or engrossed bill, if you will. They will have public hearings. Sometimes they engage the expertise of committee members. Committee member will engage the expertise of other outside, and they will advise the committee how to go about this. It went to committee room, and committee presented to plenary, and plenary took the decision. So sometimes these things are done in committee rooms, and legislatively, they are where they carry on legislative business. They work out of committee rooms, they work in plenary sections, and then the committee room will advise plenary, and they will take decisions on it. When they send the bill to the president first did this veto, and then that was accompanied by the letter from the pro tem and that of letter from the Minister of Justice at the time. And the Minister of Justice opinion on this was reviewed then, and then they did the corrective measures. Everything the executive counter in the letter say, hey, we believe it is not going to be productive to the port moving forward, or is going to move to usurp the critical line of usurpation of function in 2 government institutions. That also were addressed according to my information. And then they send it back to the president. Since they did, the president have not acted. And we ought to also remember, ever since they came back, all the law they acted on, those ratifications and even the budget, the president have not acted on none.
But you know something, Pewee?
No.
It's 2026, 2025, 2026. I just hate when people tell me that, oh yeah, we changed what was requested. Why are these documents not made public? Actually, people said it was going to be the new day, everything was going to be transparent. I mean, we on the platform can read, we can dissect from the old one to the new one. You know what I mean? It's okay, this is what we sent before, it's what we're sending now. Why are these things always secret and affecting the country? These are not proprietary information. So,
but it's not secret. It's not secret.
It's
not secret stuff. It's not secret stuff. We have not made effort, or you have not made effort, or we have not made effort to get this document. It's out there.
No, okay. So you tell me if I go on the Liberian Senate page right now, I will see the bill sitting there, that the one that waiting the president's signature and the one that was vetoed.
I wouldn't know if they have actually something that they're lying, but if you were to contact the office of the Secretary of the Liberian Senate, you have a copy of that.
Well,
that's
okay.
something to read.
So people, that's the fundamental problem. There's 5 million people in the country. Now if I can call it, so those things made public, put on the public domain. I would not complain that somebody didn't answer my call when I requested it, and that's the problem.
And that is understandable. And there's 5 million people in the country. Also, how many person will go to read? How many person got internet service to read that on the internet? That would be another debate on the other side also. So listen,
but just make it public. I don't have to call you. It's public document. Just make it public.
Fair enough. And I agree with that. It should be.
But guess what, bro? So the moment you vote on the bill, as you send it to the president, or the signature on the send it to the president for signing, you make it public. If the president sign it, the one that's turned to law is it made public. When somebody say, "Oh, it was changed," I don't have to call you. I can pull out the 2 documents, and look at it, because we always waiting to get information from these people, and people will get the information based on their own vantage point.
You know, you're right.
And that's why I stopped talking to them, because they will always tell you what they will tell you from their own vantage point. Make it public, put it on the public domain.
You're right about that, and one of the things I'm taking some key attention to, where I'm trying to focus now is this issue about the legal advisor intent to undermine the law or to go and alter the law, if you will. And it's been something we've been hearing before. And Costa is telling us we're hearing before that this government being indulged into. So I think it's a very dangerous thing here. When the law is passed, and it's passed, signed by the Speaker, the pro tem, the Secretary of the Liberian Senate, the Chief Clerk of the Honorable House of Representatives, then sent to the President signed, and then it's printed into handbill. It's a law. And then there are folks going behind to alter those things. These are dangerous and alarming information we're hearing. So we ought to do some deeper. Now, I agree with you just now that you don't support the bill because they didn't open up. The thing was a little bit done in a more clandestine way. That they didn't open, they didn't call for public hearing, all those things. I agree from that perspective that they should have done. Somehow, they should open it up or it should be published on the site. But as about the point that he's talking about, that there's some level of some criminal intent to alter the law. Is that not serious? As someone that said he supported now, I don't want to go to the personal side who supported Mr. Bwaka eventually. He always come and say we supported, but the same man you supported all the time, you came and said this man was dying in 6 months or 3 months time, and you didn't support him. You didn't do it, so you didn't. So the DeLon, those where he said I didn't support Bwaka, we saw DeLon and Yombly with him to the end until he won the election. You didn't do it. He came on the other side. So the hypocrisy there is, and those kind of a line he ought to leave. That's not a way to gain sympathy. Oh, I did everything. You didn't do everything. If you did everything that you can, you said this man was dying in 2 or 3 days, right? And all those things unfolded. If you did everything, you bastardized this man. You did everything. You exposed this man. You almost you listen. The kind of trauma that old man went through just for that almost 2-hour press conference he had, exposing everything about him, how you kept him in your basement. I don't know if you got one in your basement and you said how he's disoriented, how he this, how he that. That's the same man today you trying to give. Listen, then you trying to say other people in support. For me, I don't want to take time to those things. The real thing is that in Liberia, we ought to be very straightforward this and be very clear on these things and understand. And I agree. He said he don't have friends. He will protect the interest of the country. That's excellent. The interest of the country should be protected. I agree to that. You don't have friends. But
that is not his interest to protect the interest of the country.
I agree, Sarah, that you don't have friends. I'll come back quickly, so we'll go around. Come down to Peabody quickly. I'm to you here quickly on this one. I agree. He don't have friends. He's not going to get to hell with nobody about it. But the major thing here, quickly, I will start with you, Sarah. Then we move back to Peabody, then back to the line. That's my point, right? That's why sometimes we get the interest there. But the interest of the country should be, if you agree to all those things, why allow yourself to be hired by someone that want to take complete control of the port authority and all the things? People believe will sit there and see the kind of thing happen. Go ahead, then we'll go to Peabody, please.
So you know what I think with regards to what Siafa said, that's good and that's true. And I think they still have the opportunity to still come out here and explain to the Liberian people, the positives and the negatives of this bill. But other than that, the fact that they want to bring people in the country to decentralize the port and create opportunities for other Liberians, that is a good thing. I don't think it's anything that anybody is supposed to be against. Politics or no politics, I think it's a good thing. We see, for me, it hurts to see our folks get up every day, walk around in the towns, in Monserrate, Monrovia, and in other counties, and nothing to do. It hurts. So if these lawmakers are going to bring people in to decentralize the port and be able to create jobs for other people, that's a good thing. And then with regards to his position, with regards to the things he said about Buchi Ben Keita and other people, those guys are lawyers. They can defend themselves. They can either take him to court or do whatever, so he can prove what is the thing that they are doing so much. What they said that he Buchi Ben is doing to finger the law or whatever. That is a grave crime that you put on somebody. Hey, you better be standing right to defend it in court. So I mean, if they want to do that, that's up to them. But at the end of the day, what they are doing, what Yombly did and the other lawmakers have put together, if the president see it fit, regardless of politics, to sign it, that our people will have opportunities, are 100% supported. Thank you.
Dr. Peabody.
Man, I don't know. That's Liberia, and sometimes folks, that's what we see happening in Liberia. I mean, folks want to accomplish their selfish aim. They go about their lavishing huge sum of money to individual who get out there and tarnish other people's reputation because there's huge sum involved and take advantage of it when those money could be going to feed people, could be going to help people with medical condition, helping students with scholarship. They are using this money to satisfy their own selfish gain. And that's what we see out there. But I think, look, my brother Costa could do what he wants to do. He can come up and call who he want to call and support who he want to call. He said he doesn't have any permanent friends. He said, any friends that try to go against the state, he will go after them. He said he doesn't have any permanent friend. You go after them. But I mean, if he was listening to me today, I would say, Costa, bro, you got to be a little careful, man. This world is small. Liberia is small, and you can't put other people before your own interests, because at the end of the day, you'll be left in the cold. But I think some of the accusation that took place today against Senator Dillon, Senator Kanga, I think some of those things were just too extreme. They went too far. He and Senator Dillon have been very, very close friends. And the Unity Party is hoping that the Liberty Party will work with them in the coming election, will support them. And if it's starting like this, I'm telling you, it's bad. I think folks got to be careful. That's all I can say. Folks got to be very, very careful, because you don't know what the Liberian people power what they got. You know today, you not know tomorrow. That's the old Liberian. That's the old Liberian. They say you know today, you not know tomorrow. So folks, we got to be careful what we do. Especially when it comes to these wildly public size bombshell we talk about and putting other people out there. But I can say this: I think Senator Dillon may have his but I think Dillon have done some great job in exposing a lot of things we see happening in that Senate. He's done a great job, and I think I owe him a lot of respect. Thank you,
Georgie.
Okay. Yes, like there's previous my other colleagues have said. Look, we sitting and watching what's going to happen, but it's gonna be a big fight, because first you should understand this. Torbgean Keita is the legal advisor to the president. Mamaka is deputy minister with a portfolio. Minister still with a portfolio. You got Dillon and Nyenwolo, who are member of the alliance of the UP Alliance, the Rescue Alliance. Now, these are people that have access to the president very easily. These are people that, when the president wakes up in the morning, he gets to work, he sees Torbgean, he sees Mamaka, he sees Magdala. These are people he sees around him. Now, my brother Costa is attacking them. Okay, he calling them out. Now, he's far from that setting. So as a result, you don't know what they are saying, what they are talking. But I can tell you, I know they are talking. There are talks going on right now. I'm sure, because that was a heavy attack. I mean, he went after them. That'd be frank. He went after them. He went after them with force. It's like he attacked them. He didn't play fool around. He went after them. Like, he put the punches right to the neck. Went after them. And so, they are now planning how they're going to react. What are they going to react? But I'm definitely sure, knowing person that Dillon, he will not let it slide. And it's not the first time Dillon and Costa have clashed. They clashed before. Remember, before the 2017 election, they had a clash before. Yeah, there was had a nasty clash, but they mend the fences and went back together. But this one I see is something that it's a split in the UP. Gonna bring a split in the UP if it was not handled the right way. Because Torbgean, if you know him well, he's a radical lawyer. He's somebody who he works in the back. Now, he's not the person who comes to the press to talk, but he does all his job and dirty work in the back. But it is going to be a serious fight, and we sit down and watch what's happening. But you know that politics is involved, and for the fact that you got stars of the Unity Party, there are some of them, whether they're supporting it or not, you don't know. But I can tell you, it shows you today that there's internal fight going on among the people. At the end of the day, recently the Liberia Party met with UP and they met the president, and they reaffirmed the commitment to the alliance that they support him. Now, they come with something to the table as a party, but with that hold, because if they are defeated in this one, you know very well they may try to step aside. Maybe 2028 they may do something different. Who knows? You don't know. And at the end of the day, the CDC is watching, the ANC watching, and just flashing and laughing. So okay, good. They fight among they fight among themselves right now. They're going after each other, but that's what's going to happen. But we got to watch it from a different perspective, because they are going to fight. They are going to be a nasty fight. And at the end of the day, I don't know how President Burger will react. Whether he will side with his alliance members, or will he will side with those who help support him during his days when he was the difficult days prior to becoming president. We don't know, but we're just going to sit and watch the fight. But on the line of the bill, I believe that this bill should be, the president should sign this bill, because I mean, you don't have one person just dominating all the bill puts in the country and having control of it. And like what they should do, perhaps maybe that time has elapsed. They should open it for a year. I agree with CFR on that, but that because of that shouldn't stop them from signing this bill. The bill should go forward and let it be a competitive process, because they put a Greenville, Harper, Buchanan will be competing now to see who is better. Let's see who can realize more revenue and so forth, and it will create employment too for more employment, because if you bring investors to take what they post, to run the port, they're going to help the country economy in the long run. But to have one person just dominating the whole port, I have a problem with that.
Thank you. You think, Safa, should the Unity Party folks be concerned that this guy is trying to begin mocking some things there by coming to prove to the opposition that we are divided, saying the president, by incriminating the president's legal advisor? You don't think it's going too far that you're trying to also incriminate the president?
Well, people, I look at it for this way. The internal Unity Party, there will always be internal fights once you have people there, because they're competing ideas. So honestly, I don't care about the internal fight. I just care about the governing of the state. And there's something Senator Dillon said the last time he was on the show, that when they asked him pertaining to the FOIA project, he said, when you got a key for the house, you open the door, you go in the house, you ask questions. So this thing is the restructuring of a major infrastructure of the republic, the gateway to the republic. It's a major restructuring of it. And you would think that it will originate from the executive branch in consultation with the ally in the legislative branch. But this thing originated from the legislative branch with allies of the president, and the people within the president inner circle that have mixed feeling about it. So what kind of consultation was done during this whole process with it? Because this is a big bill. So I mean, was there anything? Because when I talk about public hearing, you got the folks at transport are complaining. You got the folks at maritime complaining, and they're complaining from a legal standpoint because you're taking their roles away from them. So all of these things, were they hearing? Were these people called to hearing for you to hear the complaint? No. Was there any consultation done with the executive branch so that you won't have all these things happening right now? No. So I want to understand, like, this whole thing about Sekou Douklé, I really don't care about Sekou Douklé. Sekou Douklé is not a national port authority. The National Port Authority is the National Port Authority. It's an institution that been there before Sekou Douklé, will be there after Sekou Douklé, after all of us. Yeah. So let's focus on the institution. Sekou Douklé is behaving that way because of some reason. So we need to find out. and there are people that are back with constitutional authority that can check why this behavior. But they choose not to do that. They choose to find the easy path so they can reach themselves. And this new bill, how are we going to structure this new port? Have we seen it? How we going to support the signing or something? Then we start complaining. Oh, we didn't know it was there. No, let these people come. Why this? You give me the reason why this port is going, and how we going to put the management in this port. What's going to be criteria? Is there port for the Republic of Liberia, or the port is for a county? That's a question we need to ask. If we put it for the Republic of Liberia, then the appointment should come from the presidency. You know what I mean? But all these things are still murky. They are murky for a reason. We know that country history. When things are not explained fully, and when it gets signed, then when the details start to come, it's too late.
Thank you, Safa. Thank you, excellent. But Sarah, let me push back. Let me push this to you again. This is just trying to bring you back to your administration, the then CDC administration, a government that I proudly associated myself with also. When this unfortunate thing happened to Minister Fallo Magil, when he was sanctioned by the U.S. government, the United Party propagandists went running with it. Oh, that's a rebuke to the Liberian presidency. The fact that his chief of staff is sanctioned and all of things. He should go. Eventually, Mr. Magil resigned. The fact that one of those persons that supported the president before, though he left, is saying to us that the president's legal advisor is a criminal. Should we also say the presidency is involved in criminality?
Well,
as per their reasoning at the time, the United Party propagandists now, should the CDC folks or the opposition run with this, that if a criminal is advancing the president legally, despite the reason why the legal process is now, should we take that priority or reasoning and run with it?
That would be a fair point to run with. I mean, that would be absolutely that would be a fair point to run with, especially as we're looking at the guy involved. This young man has been back and forth on this Blue app, telling a lot of different things when it comes to this United Party government. He supported it, he was against it, then he brought President Barker's medical record, then thanked him. He said he was not into politics anymore, he was going away, he was doing his own thing, he was in going diamond business, and then we see him come back and show up again with a whole bunch of different stuff. So the CDC government or the CDC propaganda, it will be a fair game for them to do that, because these people, if this was CDC, you know the Blue eye would be off, So I think that's a fair game, and definitely we are going to run with it. This United Party government need to put the eyes together, and for me personally, politics aside, my focus here is our people, the livelihood of our people, the improvement of the lives of our people. I mean, let's be realistic here. With all of the things that Siafa is talking about, yes, they have the right to do all of that. They have the right to come out here. They're supposed to let the Liberian people know, all of the ins and outs, the structure of this whole deal, how it's going to happen. Because, like he said, it's a very critical infrastructure that they're going to put together. And all of these things need to be designed. It's not just to sign a bill and that's it. And if there are any shady deals in there, yes, it's worth concerning. But at the end of the day, if it's going to pour food on somebody's table, on our people's table, that is something that we need to embrace. But all of these points are valid. But for this other young man, Costa, who has been very, I don't even know the word. He's not credible. This brother is not credible. He's not. He's seen a lot of things. He has misinformed the Liberian people, and he comes back again at this point in time to continue to misinform, because you know that he controls a lot of the folks on social media. A lot of them listen to him. So he has to be a voice if you really want, because he says it's in the interest of the country. If you really mean that it's in the interest of the country, get your facts straight. Don't just come here and spell things out. Look at the stuff he read. I thought it was a new briefing from the Justice Minister. Nothing of the old briefing he was reading. That is deceiving in itself.
It's absolutely the old one. It's absolutely
right.
The old one.
So that is deceiving in itself. So you can't be telling us that you there for the Liberian people, you're gonna speak for the Liberian people, and you come on social media to be deceptive. That's wrong. Only because somebody is putting little money in your pocket, you have thousands of you out there that are walking around with nothing to do. For me, that's my concern. That is my concern. So yeah, it's a fair game, Pewee. It's fair enough. Thank you.
Exactly, Dr. Peabody. This I think we'll just go this round and we'll move to the next discussion here on this topic. But a lot of things were also said today, referring to Buju Keita as a crook and fake man, a crook, and referring to Senator Dillon and Senator Yombli Kanga as hypocrite and very crook and fake people also. And I mean, and then the other side of things, you defending someone that allegedly duped a Chinese businessman, a potential investor in the country. That man is crying today. The man got no justice whatsoever. They covered the whole system and other things. The same justice minister yesterday that you run out to be very incompetent. Today you're running with his statement now to be the single gospel. How do you compromise that? I mean, how do you look into those things?
Look, bro, that's like beer for us. Money take turns. And when money change, people change. That's how Liberia is. After money comes, your voice, your statement, and everything could switch. I could switch on you today as my best friend, Sylvester, when money comes to my hand and people want me to come and say some of the worst things, but this just means that
I pray that the devil, the Jesus will not let men of God do that.
No, I just say in Liberia. I just say in Liberia.
Anyway,
that's what people do.
You're right, and that is actually that's it. But go ahead.
That's what people would do. They're just the minister who was interpreting court decision and he was being called different names. That's the one now who's the most perfect justice minister. Deception, money, deception, money and deception. They are dangerous things. People don't have loyalty to certain things, loyalty to integrity. One of the reasons we had some serious issue, we left a network, people were insulting us. They were calling us 4 Hebrew boys, even though there were 3 Hebrew boys in the Bible. They were calling our names and saying different things. It's because sometimes integrity takes stage. Others may not like it. But, bro, there are some people then that one left for you to decide who they are. And I can't sit on the table, eat with you, joke with you. You've been a help to me. You've been a brother to me. And go in the public and try to say the worst thing. Even if I don't agree with you, I will not go there. But sometimes our culture is bad. It's bad. And this is the same. What the Mr. Cummings said. You can't keep doing the same thing over and expect result. Obviously, it's the same person who does it all the time. The same old thing. But right now, everybody gravitates to that because they're against certain group. In the past, they were the one cussing him. He's not the person. He spoiled his future. He spoiled his political future, this and that. Go on that and see some of the people today who was glorifying and insulting Senator Dillon and insulting Senator Yombli Kanga, who were doing that. So that culture can change, Someone who is allegedly, I don't know, but even from Minnesota, we're seeing other reports from Minnesota when he lived in Minnesota, some of the things he was involved in, allegedly. We saw a rare case of the Chinese man pleading for his money. The kids died. At the end of the day, I don't know whether the man got his money back. But this guy's moving around and want to control all the ports in Liberia, all of that. Sometimes we earn all this education, but we can't even use our mind. We can't even use simple things to rather deduce on simple things that doesn't make sense. We can. And yet we say we're educated. We saw in the past how the previous government went and brought somebody that knew nothing about national airport. And you're sitting there on national debate table in front of legislature, national TV, and this man is sitting there lying. How in the first place did you even nominate somebody to such a position? The simple thing for us to deduce we ever. Single thing. Simple. We can't even sit back and think, what is this? We had to jump to conclusion, we don't care. Once it benefit our pockets in millions of dollars or thousands of dollars, we go for it. Once it benefit our pocket, you're talking about pocket benefit, then we all jump towards it. Whether a battle in the long term, whether it will be a disgrace, whether it's going to affect the Liberian people, we only care for now. The urgency of the now is to get some money and just explore. We're seeing this thing too. For me, I'm not surprised for what I saw. I'm really not surprised.
Yeah, Tomalin.
Yes. Like we said, I mean, as we put this, we move on to this next topic. But I would say there will be a nasty fight. The fight will continue, and because a lot of things were said today and have been said in the past. But again, we'll see how it plays off, especially in the political realm. I mean, I know we are few in the third year. We are 3 years on. Let me see, 7, 8. Yeah. But in the next 3 years, 2.5 years, the election, and people are already getting prepared for the election, and so it will all falls into it. Because I'm telling you, I can tell you this for a fact. I know Senator DeLong and Senator Yombly will go to the president and they'll talk to him about this. They will talk to him about this, and a lot will be said, and that's the problem. But we should sit back, sit tight, and watch the fight. And like I said, CDC and ANC will be laughing. They're the ones who will say, "Well, watching the fight, see what happens," because they both sides. They're not happy with them, so they're gonna watch the fight and see what happens. But I can tell you, it will be a nasty fight. A lot's gonna come from out of it. We hear a lot of story coming out of this thing. And they talk about the passport today with Garguah, Emmanuel Garguah, the CIC for the freedom fighter. He was accused of having passport. Now it brings the foreign minister into the picture too. And last year, I don't think she want to hear that kind of stuff about being said about her passport that she's been fighting to regulate. But yeah, the passport is being misused. I'm sure she's not happy about that too, and a lot of people will jump into it too. But like I said, let's watch what happens.
Yes, and that's another thing we're going to put some emphasis on about the passport situation quickly before we move on to this. Serious, I mean, because it came from the other administration, they ran with the put this part. Today we heard Costa saying someone that is of no significance in this government is carrying a diplomatic passport. What say you?
He said what? Pewee, I can't hear you.
He said that the criticize the past government about giving passport out this. Costa is saying today that there's a guy that's running a pro-democracy or political party, pro-democracy group that was supported Boakai. He's not a senior government official. He's not the official that should carry passport. Costa is saying the man is carrying a diplomatic passport, criminally using that passport to dupe other people and other things to make money in the country. So I just try to gauge it because then they accused the former government of doing this.
But Pewee, this is the hypocrisy we're talking about. This is the hypocrisy we're talking about. Hypocrisy is the next war we have to fight for our country. You know, Costa and others were passing around accusing other people of their same passport thing. He should be in Washington, D.C. looking for Island Way and other people to tell them about it so they can put sanction on the Boakai government, because these are some of the things they say about the CDC government. So if he really serious that he's speaking for Liberia and the Liberian people, he should bring himself to Washington, D.C. and engage what a man in that he was talking to in New Jersey, the lawmaker. Talk to the lawmaker. Those were his friends, Allen White and the other guy in New Jersey. These are the people he was talking to. Oh, the country is this, the country is that. The people are using diplomatic passport. He should do the same thing too. This is the time for him to do it. He shouldn't say that because, now he getting little crumbs from United Party and just talk about it on the surface and forget it. Let him come to Washington, D.C. and lobby so that United Party can be sanctioned. The hypocrisy that is in our country is the next war that we have to fight. People come out here and say things just because it favors them and this and that. And at the end of the day, sometimes it all turn out to be lies that they lie on other people. He should come to Washington, D.C. That's my challenge to him. Let him come and lobby just like he did against the previous government. because we saw him do that. Let him come and do the same thing. Let's see.
Pewee, quickly, mentioning Allen White. There was a time in Liberia, Allen White was Allen White, everybody gets never. Today, Allen White is
exactly.
He had become a joke.
Yeah, but
even when this is Allen White, but this is not Allen White, you can't hear about him. The whole temporary people doesn't die, made it worse. And the whole thing about that, the war crime office was setting up, he was going to be part of it. When that thing got stuck in the mud, he's no more out of Liberia now. I'm sure he retired finally because Allen White was a thorn in people's flesh in Liberia. Allen White. I remember when something happened to one of our friends, somebody came out morning in my inbox. Anyway, I said, you lie. He had nothing to do with anything. Don't promote it. But that's how Liberia, people will rise up and then next thing you'll go down. But again, let's see what happens.
The whole debate today on that, and I will be moving up quickly to Siafa and on this one. The whole debate on this whole thing is about, and that's the issue, about people fronting for someone in the country. Always something group of people that's fronting for this. In my Gongloe, I'm told he also worked with the port as one of the executive director. And but he's with the port as one of the executive director, but it seems to be that this MD don't really have total control to get him out. So the MD is now telling Costa to say, oh, this guy is undermining me too. So I want you to talk about. So though Costa said the mail was not significant, but he took almost 4 or 5 minutes to talk about him. And even to us, sometimes we have to be very real here. The man don't worth his time, but he took almost 5 or 6, 7 minutes talking about the guy. Oh, that the man is carrying diplomatic passport. Oh, the man is using that to do extortion and all of things. The man is doing this and Cyril. Then you pressing Cyril Yanti. Oh, your sister, but you saying she's giving diplomatic passport to criminal, according to you.
Yeah.
Right. So how do you juxtapose that, my dear brother? Doing this and this is unfolding, and the whole passport saga, went. It was one of the issues that this country has a problem with the government of Liberia before. And the rest of the things, so sorry yourself. Then you pressing this foreign minister, but you're saying the foreign minister is getting passport to criminal. How do you just oppose that?
Well, I mean, there are 2 things that's going to happen. The Kehleboe Gongloe will either respond to it and deny that he doesn't have a diplomatic passport, or he will just stay quiet. Because of how it goes in Liberia. He will just stay quiet, or he will respond to it that he doesn't have a diplomatic passport. And that'll be the end of it. The idea that, these people these political appointees that are head of institution, I think they should take upon the time to sit behind a microphone and answer questions than sending surrogates out. Because it doesn't solve anything. It's like you send your surrogate, the man send a surrogate. So, and there's no need for infighting when you all the same team. So, I mean, hopefully the president can put this situation under control. But then the funny thing, people, I went on the Port Authority website. They got up there to say financial reporting. You click the link. or 404. Then I go to the Liberia Center website, senate.gov.lr 404. 404. I mean, just a domain. There's nothing there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
So so these people got to do a better job. I mean, it's mind-boggling that when people that are in public offices feel that they have those sense of responsibility to communicate with the population. It's mind-boggling. So you can see the port financials, but the finance ministry has a board seat at the Port Authority. The transport ministry has a board seat at the Port Authority. So all of these things that are mystery, they know.
Yeah, and the Minister of Justice also have a board seat there.
They have a board seat, so they know. They know.
Exactly. But you struck something very important just now, that the president will have to take seats of the matter. Other than that, it will present that there are some cracks in the system. To see certain individuals in government sponsoring certain higher gun surrogates to go and attack other in government. It doesn't sound, it's not a good thing to do, right? If they happen in past government, Madam Salif took some serious action in her government for this kind of a thing unfolding, where you see, because if these things continue to unfold, it will seem that no one's in charge. Mr. Charles Taylor took some serious actions then President Taylor against the late Joe Warabamonba and Milton Terje. When this issue about this serious altercation, they even throw punches and all at the Ministry of Information there. Mr. Taylor moved to dismiss the both men, right? Because if you don't do that, I'll Taylor says, I'm only the one, I'm only charged in charge. There's one charge in charge, right? So if you have a government, you have, and these are we consider them to be auxiliary to the presidency, but they are splintered groups having their own surface interests lying. Then, I mean, what would be the national interest? That's a serious problem. And this passport saga, we've been trying to talk about this passport thing to say, and we'll have to take some time to discuss it, if not today, but probably tomorrow. Because it was said now that the past government was involved into all the kind of a dangerous thing about giving the passport out, this passport of the decent. If we're now hearing that Myean Gongloe is carrying the Liberian passport, using that to solicit bribe and other money from potential investors in the country is troubling. And the only issuing authority of that will give passport is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The only person that got authority to, and again, let me not say this. Let me make the disclaimer before we move up to the next topic. The passport situation is two persons we have in the country that got the authority exclusively to issue diplomatic passport to anybody of their wish, if you will. The President of the Republic of Liberia, 1, and that the Foreign Minister, 2. Now, probably if the President decided to say, hey, you'll give passport to Myean Gongloe, and then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be obliged to issue that book up. Or if the Minister of Foreign Affairs say, okay, I will issue this to Myean Gongloe because the President recommended, I will do this, or I will do it exclusively via my power as Minister of Foreign Affairs. She got the right to do that. The Director of Passport, the Deputy Minister of Legal and Assistant Minister will approve that note from the Minister Office and send the note down to the Passport Division to issue the diplomatic passport. That's the way it should be issued. But if it was not the case, how did he get the book? We need to know, because he's not head of institution. He should not carry a Liberian passport. Again, there are institutions, the fact that he had in the EFF as a political institution, the president can determine, say, hey, as a head of a political institution, we can issue him a passport. That can be determined by the president through a letter to the foreign minister, and the foreign minister will sign onto that letter, okay, the president's letter, and send it down to the deputy minister for legal or the assistant minister, and that deputy or assistant minister will okay that is sent down to the passport director, and the passport director will issue the diplomatic passport. But the flip side of that discussion is that Costa is saying Myean Gongloe is using that as a means of to criminally, as he said today, to do that. But I know Gongloe is going to fire back, and he's going to explain his side moving forward. I will call him tomorrow to personally hear his side of this, and if we can bring him on the show tomorrow, so the kind of thing, I will show that probably he's going to come on the show. So that's it. But again, we got this news today. But before we can move, let me say welcome to you, Mr. Sita, and I will give you just the opportunity of 2 minutes so you can comment on this whole thing we're discussing today. I don't know if you follow. Mr. Costa accused Senator Dillon and Senator Lawrence Kanga, Senator Yombly Kanga Lawrence of engaging in criminality to about the whole put decentralization thing. He called them fake and crook, the both of them, and he said they are hiring people to engage into. That's if I know how to call it. Into they hire Mandela Cooper to engage into what we call strategic love affairs. Strategic love affair at the level of the speaker, because the speaker budget is 3 million. So they evolve into this strategic law affair. They will use that to their pass all kind of appropriate thing.
Wow. So people, is the speaker budget 3 million for real?
And of course, I said it's 3 million.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
But I think the speaker budget
it increased.
Yes, that is
wow.
it. But what I saw in the budget was that I don't know if
it was increased.
Yeah, I don't know if that the final one is sent to the president is the 3 million sent to the president. So I wouldn't listen to that until I can see what basically the speaker
is.
I mean, what the final is sent to the president, and what the president, and I'm told the president will hopefully sign that before next Monday, because next Monday is the State of the Nation address to the legislature, where the president will give his legislative report.
I say he signed it today already.
The budget?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll wait to see if he signed it today. That would mean maybe he signed it for going to Ganta. Or
That's what I heard.
Got the next topic. But Mr. Sita, I would love probably you just brush on that because we're moving the. They say when you come to church late, you don't raise new song. But go ahead briefly, please. Then we move to Fanta. Then we'll move our next topic.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be on the show again. The issue you guys are discussing with respect to people who do not supposed to have diplomatic passport, Liberian diplomatic passport, are having Liberian diplomatic passport. It is not unique to the Joseph Boakai administration. Every administration gave their cronies and what have you diplomatic passport, and some of these people use these passports to solicit money on behalf of themselves. But this current administration came to office with the instituted a policy to recall all Liberian diplomatic passport. It was intended to address the proliferation of Liberian diplomatic passport into the wrong hands. I don't know how far they went with that, but now we are hearing that some individuals, Mr. Emmanuel Gongpe, has a Liberian diplomatic passport, and he's using that passport to solicit bribes.
I know the way you call him, Gongpe.
That is troubling. That is seriously troubling. We cannot continue on this route where we say there's an issue that exists. We find a way to address that issue to make sure that it does not become a problem on the country. We close one door, then we open another door in the back end. And then while the issue that we wanted to, we close a door to address, then we open another door at the back end to continue to have that same, to continue to do that stuff. It is wrong. And I just hope that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Office of the President can clarify this issue, because it is very, very important that we need clarity. They shouldn't keep the people, they shouldn't keep the Liberian people in darkness. The Liberian people needs to be informed of everything the government is doing. Now, with respect to the allegation of Henry Costa, that's a serious allegation, and I think it's worth investigating. It should warrant our serious interest, because our people say in Liberia we have a parable. They say where there is bush, there is fire.
Oh.
So the fact where there is smoke, there is fire. The fact that it is coming out, there is some veracity to that story. We may not know the details, but I believe that there is some veracity to that story. So we need to continue to investigate this. And as I said previously, the president does not need to sign that bill that creates the Liberia Inland and Seaport Authority, because obviously no study was done. We don't know what is the economic benefit it's going to bring to the country. And Safa said it right. Most of the institutions in government, because they are hiding stuff, they don't have functional website. What country in the world you have a Liberian Senate that does not have a functional website, that the people don't know the bills that are being sponsored? What country? You have the National Port Authority, the gateway to the Liberian economy. Millions and millions of dollars is coming to the port, and yet they say they cannot spend less than $50,000 annually to have a functional website. It's a disgrace. It is a disgrace. So nobody knows what is going on in the country, because they refuse to have this website so that people cannot know what they are doing, and so that they will use that as a means to do what? To continue to game the system. It's sad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Quickly, Father, welcome. I guess I don't know if I would have to bring you to speed with what we're discussing if you're following or so, but we've been discussing issue today that Mr. Costa talked about, accusing Buju Ben Keita the legal advisor to the president, calling him a criminal, and also attacking Senator Dillon and that Senator Yombli Kanga on this Decentralization Act that's been introduced and sent to the president for the first time, and the president vetoed and they resent it to the president, but he has not acted yet. So we just want to gauge your view on this, and then we move to the next topic.
Yeah, hello everyone. It's good again to be here. I'm not sure what is surprising about that story. I think any sensible person that is insightful and study the trends and human behavior and the interactions of things will understand that the motive of this administration is not to act in the best interest of the Liberian people. In fact, everything that has been done is antithetical to that very assertion. So that is not new to me. I would not be surprised because their interests, or they often prioritize foreign interest, whatever that is purported to be transformational, or that should add some type of value or add revenue or create any type of efficiency. It's really a mask for a bigger corruption and collusion that is happening amongst them and the bureaucrats and the 1% elite who often are responsible for orchestrating these deals. And then they get to lobbying. They get to lobbying their cronies in the House, in the Senate, to ensure that it gets passed. Of course, the president is not far from that. So I'm not very surprised by that. I tend to be very intuitive. I tend to pay attention to things. So if you have been paying attention, you will see the trend and you will understand that that's not far-fetched of an allegation, right? We have seen it many times. Every deal that has been made, from the Ivanhoe deal to the Total deal to the Transport Ministry deal, where hundreds of Liberians lost employment, to the Zoom Lion deal that they were trying to give to Zoom Lion, had not interjected to say Liberians can even pick up their own waste. So it's nothing surprising for me. What I do want to address is the real epidemic that has hit us, which is this increased rape and sodomy of our young children in this country. The other, like all the other things, everything else, the corruption, the collusion, is not strange. But this rape and sodomy being the #1 violent crime in Liberia, with a huge number, like we're talking 60-70% of children being the most impacted. We're talking children under 16 being the most impacted. Every time we open the newspaper, every single day we wake up, multiple young people are being sodomized, boys. Yep. They're being gang sodomized, and then girls as young as 8 months old, babies and toddlers. That should be our focus. That's where we should be really enraged. That's where we should spend a lot of our time, because they want us to forget. They want us to just get onto the next news, and I don't want to do that. I refuse to do that. So to throw in all these distractions, oh, y'all see what in the Senate doing again? Oh, y'all see what in the House doing again? Oh, y'all see what in the president's son did? I don't care. I care about the media being the fourth arm of the government. When we talk about accountability, let it mean something. Where is the value proposition when all we talk about is corruption? How does that benefit the Liberian people when you have people impacted? Children, the most vulnerable of our society, being impacted, violated, devoured by pedophiles and predators. And we cannot call for harsher punishment for these predators. Why are we normalizing it in the society? All of you have children. I don't have any children of my own. You should be more enraged than I am. Because tomorrow, whether you think your child is in America or your child is wherever.
But let me not bring you. I know we got to move on. All of us here got children, but we are not sentimental about this problem. We allow the legal thing, and the whole thing about this.
That is ridiculous. That's why I reject that. That's ridiculous.
We should be more caring to this.
This is what we always do.
We're not allowing to bring sentiments to bear on this.
We're going to allow the
I'm going to like to continue, but all of our children, we always spoke of this.
Yeah, but let me finish. Please let me finish.
Yeah, we're going to move on.
We're going to allow the legal system. This is what you guys always say, right? That that's the so-called 1% elite intellectual, always intellectualizing everything. I'm not here to intellectualize anything. I'm here to lend and amplify the voice of the voiceless. That's what I'm here to do. We cannot leave it to a legal system that does not serve the marginalized and the impoverished. How many times have we seen when a poor man go to a temple of justice, they will tell you, oh, pay first, bring $10 so we can buy pen and paper to register your case. They cannot afford fancy lawyers. But when someone who can afford with a fancy lawyer, as we saw, the recent accused did or do, he walking out laughing. And why, like my question to people like you, Sylvester, is why are you not enraged that you will sit back and say, oh, we're going to allow the justice system? If this was your child, I'm sure you'll be burning down buildings.
Thank you. And it's just quite unfortunate that you be so overly emotional. And with this kind of a sentiment and kind of say with this and this and that, we always spoke our minds on these things.
I'm always emotional.
That the law, listen, I will hope that you give me some time to talk, please. The law of this country, because you brought personally, man, listen to me. I don't take those kind of a irrational way people brought to conclusion and say if this is it.
I will be irrational. So fine.
Right?
I'm irrational. I
don't put personal opinion.
I will be
and
that.
I
have no excuse for it. I do not apologize for it. I will be irrational when it comes to violation of children.
If this is about the issue of you wanted to contest,
I don't have time to babysit anyone who thinks I'm irrational. Go and cry to your nanny, cry me a river over my irrationality. I will maintain my outrageousness. I will maintain my outrage. If you don't like it, get a plug and put it in your ear.
We will not allow you to come here and disrupt the show, please. Or that we'll get you off the show. You come on the show, you not disrupt the show.
You know what? I will get myself off the show. Bye, Sylvester, because you're ridiculous. Thank you.
Yeah, you most are ridiculous.
Yeah, you're very ridiculous, Sylvester.
Yeah, you get up. You don't come on the show with emotion. I come. Hold on.
I reject whatever you have to say. I reject whatever you have to say.
You don't come on the show with emotion and then you want to attack
Liberian people. I will be emotional. You should be
emotional. You get sentence you don't be.
You should be emotional. You should be emotional.
Can I say something, Pewee?
I don't know why you're not emotional.
Go ahead.
Fanta, I understand your frustration, but you gotta understand too that we are all here. We all share what you're being emotional about, and rightfully so. But I mean, as a platform, we all have a specific topic that we're discussing. We can discuss it, and then you can come on, and but to just jump in the middle of the conversation like that, I think that's what people is talking about. And I understand your frustration. What you see is something very important for all of us as parents on the platform. But this is a platform that we have to be respectful of each other. And he being the moderator. When he want us to discuss certain things, that's part of it. And then you can suggest to him that you want to say one or two things on that, and then we all can hear you out. But for you guys to be talking back and forth, I don't think it's good for the platform. Really. Seriously.
Thank you, Sarah. But it's not an issue, Sarah. It's not an issue about discussing the point. I give her the time she was discussing it.
Right.
But to come and say if that was your child, like you're trying to put that you're trying to blackmail someone. If they are your child, that's nonsense. That's total nonsense, right?
Okay.
You don't nonsense and you don't bring that on the show.
Let me just make a comment. Let me just make a comment on this issue.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me just make a comment on the issue.
Go ahead, please. We allow you to discuss, then you come here, shaping personal blame. Now you want to go contest election? You want to contest election? Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is a media platform.
Yeah, obviously. And we have to take some stand to correct this thing moving forward.
Even though we are talking heads, but this is a media platform. Our job is to educate, inform, entertain, and influence public opinion as it relates to Liberia. But in doing so, we have to be very mindful not to inject our personal sentiment, our personal emotions into some of those issues that are germane to Liberia. Every one of us on this platform are passionate about Liberia. We want Liberia to be better in all aspects of life. We want Liberia to be better. But in as much as we want Liberia to be better, we all have our individual opinion and differences on issues. So when we come here to discuss issue, let us try to detach our emotion, our sentiment from these issues, and let us discuss this issue based on the merits and demerits of those issues.
Well, I'm not a robot. I cannot
hold on,
myself.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Senator. We were again, before even now, when we play advocacy role in the country or work in government or other areas, we've been very, very much focused in terms of respecting the rule of law in Liberia. And again, the fact that Liberia is a constitutional democracy, a country of rule of law, we allow the structure of the law to take course. We've advocated and we will advocate. I got, and I will say this for the record, I didn't want to go there. I have girls, beautiful girls, children, and I will never, ever. And one thing my father taught me to never do is to push things on the basis of emotion. There's a course of law in the country, and that's why I don't do nothing to please any human being. I do things to do the right thing so that the record, my legacy, will be protected tomorrow. I have advocated over the period of time. We push in the law and we make sure things happen. No one going to bring their parochial, sentimental feelings on this show, and we take that. And we'll move that to Peabody. So
you can screw yourself, Pewee. You can literally screw yourself. You can screw yourself.
Personally, on the kind of thing
you can screw yourself. Go and screw yourself, Pewee. Go screw yourself. I don't care about your feelings. Go screw yourself.
I'm not going to insult you, but I just want to say something.
You just did. So screw yourself, Pewee.
So to come and call me with these sentiments.
Go screw yourself, Pewee. Have a good day. Go screw yourself.
No problem. I will let you say that. The person that's screwing you, go tell him to screw you.
Go screw your wife and your mother. Go screw your wife and your mother, Pewee.
That is wrong.
Go screw your wife and your mother, and I hope it happens to your daughters.
We got to put this word back. We got to put this word back. We can't do that. It is totally. Everybody
it's very unfortunate. And before you come in, please. You know, some people come on the show just to attack and do things to show point. And that's why some people sometimes will be, because sometimes again, we too mature so not to allow someone to pull you out and be saying things that it will not sound right. We discuss this when somebody come on the show and talk things out of order, and when it will push them out to agenda, because sometimes someone will be pushed to say things that we are not ought to say. We will come out and say things that we not ought to say completely. And it will be a problem. We discuss something, everything will be civil. You on the show, you call him a name and
screw yourself.
Fanta, that be so now. Don't do that.
I'm not going there again. I was telling people I'm not going there.
Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
I'm not saying that. So the kind of people that want to contest, that want to go and say they want to contest in Liberia. That's kind of people that want to contest. The kind of
we gotta be tolerant with each other. I mean,
yes, that the kind of people that want to contest elections in Liberia. The kind of people that say they are disciplining Muslims. That the kind of people in the kind of
right.
It's very unfortunate. You came on a show, we're not discussing one thing, so you bring different debate on the show. Then you come and say, "Oh, is that your daughter?" You brought me personally into it. It's just unfortunate. And then we don't talk about things like that. We want to respect what's it. Then you using the kind of thing of that some robot sitting down. We don't put all on the show for that reason. If this guy come back on the show any day, I will not come back on the show again.
No, you can't say that about
I'm saying this.
People, you can say that. I think what we need to do here is
hold on.
What they think and think, I will not come on the show. I'm saying that that's the beginning, and I don't have no problem with any other person. Because
let me just make this point.
Because we said on the show, everybody listen to the show very well.
Let
me say this to you. I come in to see you say this. Everybody listen to this show for was discussing that she deviated from different sides of the topic. And I allow her to flow. But where concerning me, what I came in when she said, even if they happen to their daughter, I mean, you don't come blackmail us to say because this thing happened in the country. We're not paying nobody to go rape somebody in our country. My brother, none of my relatives have ever done this. What I know, we are all condemned rape issue in Liberia. We condemn people raping children and sort of massing boys. You think that the kind of thing you can't be saying that Brembo say, "Oh, go vote for him," you see, we can just miss the line, all of things, and be what and say, "Okay, we'll pour up on the bus." Now, come on, man. I can't politics. I hear you discuss nothing. But I'm still on what I'm saying that Peabody. We ought to correct people and make people to respect us. If you are on the other side of the agenda, you got to respect it. And people get proof. And you can come here 5 years, born here. Nobody can monopolize being the way you want to be. But we have to respect the way we want to do things on the show. It's not a good thing to do.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, got me weak said now. So we go.
I wish we could take a break, but we don't have a play an ad and come back and continue the show. I know that
no. But sometimes nobody can.
Let me just say this.
It's just quite unacceptable.
Okay, let me just say this. Let me just say this. I just posted something into the chat room. Whatever we have, it will be much appreciated if we discuss it in the back end rather than bringing it into the
we'll discuss it in the back end. Let's continue with the show.
So let's continue with the show. Whatever happens there, we'll handle it in the back end.
You know what? When I also just, I'm hearing that at least the whole Moraga is dark. Is that true?
But Cyril, let him go. Every day the level stay up. Cyril, let him go.
No, let him go. But I kind of would let her go in the future. They say anything possible. No, it's going.
I don't know what are your read this article that I posted in the chat room. Did you read the open letter to the Minister of Public Works by the former Minister of Public Works?
No.
That's a very good thing. She wrote a letter.
Yeah, she wrote a letter.
I didn't read it. I just
because
heard that.
And,
into the infrastructure program.
Into the infrastructure conference. Look, we are all Liberians. Every one of us is not going to be in government. Some of us will serve, some of us will not. But as a matter of respect and courtesy, if you are having
excuse me, Mr. Seaton, somebody got noise in the back.
Somebody here.
No,
that's not me.
Somebody need a milk.
Yeah. Now, as a matter of courtesy, if I'm a former official of government and the government, I have my own expert opinion on issues relating to that area. For example, I'm an educator. If I serve as a former minister of education in Liberia before, and the country is having an educational conference, I think out of courtesy, regardless of our politics, out of courtesy, I should be given an opportunity to attend that, to give my own expert opinion on educational issues affecting the country. But this whole Unity Party, CDC thing is tearing Liberia apart. It is tearing Liberia apart in a sense that when CDC was there, they excluded United Partism from everything that needed to be done in the country. No consultation.
Exactly.
Hold on. No consultation, nothing they can. Now, United Party is in office now. They are trying to do the same thing. Look, Liberia is bigger than every one of us. So let our politics, let our dealing with each other transcend our politics. I think if the minister reached out to, the former minister reached out to the current minister, and the current minister decided not to invite her to that conference, I think that was wrong. I think that does not speak well for the country. She's an expert on
Which
infrastructure.
Conference is that?
The National Infrastructure Conference in Gampa, Niba County is currently being held right now.
When she was there, did she invite him?
That's no, but here's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
You don't do that. Hold on. Let me invest. Let me do it like Broadway.
Let me finish. But
does she cry to be
Dr.
invited?
Peabody. Dr. Peabody, yes.
Is she right to be invited?
Dr. Peabody, here's the thing. Every wrong, two wrongs cannot make a right.
I understand.
If somebody did it in the past and they were wrong, that it's not a justification for you to do it and be wrong too. You understand? The country has to move on. The country has to evolve.
Just leave it.
Yeah.
But
what I want to know, right?
But the thing is,
Mr. Sita, does she right to be invited, or she wrote for something else? What does she write about?
She wrote an open letter stating that she's kind of a little bit taken aback that she was never invited to this conference. You understand? And I think for me, why it is true that it is the government.
Maybe that is something that she worked on. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe there is something personal going on between both of them, and now it has come to the public domain.
But post that in the chat room,
but the thing is,
I posted in the chat room this morning.
But the thing is, there's nothing personal between them because the minister replied and saying that it was oversight and there was no intention to not include her in there. They saw the minister responded promptly. But on a bigger note, the infrastructure summit, that's a great thing. But I think these things will not happen if we rather nationalize and legislate our development plan. Then it will not be, it would transcend across party line because we got lawmakers from different parties. So if we sit down and say, what do we want as a country? And brainstorm, you bring expert in that will sit down in every single sector of that country and put a national development plan together. That will be law. That will be backed by revenue. You know the reason why I say that? Because we come to pass the ArcelorMittal concession agreement. Every time we pass concession agreement, the main point in the concession agreement will be like, how much will go to the county? How much will go to the county? But if we pass a law that our royalty or proceeds that we get from this concession will go to national development, healthcare, infrastructure, education, we'll not be begging for county development funds because the money will go, the money will be ring fenced for a specific purpose. Because until we do that, the money will go in a big pot, and more than half of it will go to recurring expenditure, and then that will be left. So all these things, pass a law. Let's legislate our national development and pass a law that will have a revenue stream towards them. And the first one can start by putting our natural resource revenue strictly to development.
And I think you are right, because every government comes with their own development agenda, and it is not in line with the national development agenda. For example, the CDC had a pro-poor agenda for development. The United Party now have the arrest agenda. So these are two conflicting agendas. But if we have a national agenda, as you already said that, Mr. Deeks, every government will tailor their own program after that agenda that we have as a unit. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And you are right. We need a national development plan. Let's say, for example, Nigeria did it before. Ghana did it before. Nigeria had a 10-year development plan where they make sure that out of that plan, they make sure that every child born in Nigeria should go to school. That was part of the national development plan. And every succeeding government that came follow that plan, even though they had their own way of following it, but they follow that plan. So I think it is very good that we should have a national development plan, and in every sector.
Yep. And then the key, because you have to back it, because when you say other things, they will say how, where the money coming from. The money is there.
Yeah, you have to back it up.
So you have to back it with the revenue, which everything will be law. So when the government comes in, when you pass in budget, you probably want, if you want to change the law to take money from somewhere that is already protected by the law, you have to justify it. You have to justify it. But right now, and the government come, they come up with a slogan, the so-called development plan, the budget, structurally the budget hasn't changed. Structurally the budget hasn't changed. The percentage of recurring expenditure continue to be very high compared to what we bring in. And so we have very little for PSIP, private sector investment program. So how are we going to develop, if we really want to develop that country, we have to legislate our development plan in all sectors until Ivory Coast is living a plan that was developed during the Hoover Boyne days. All they do as additional revenue, as the revenue grow, then you modify the plan to put more resources there. But we until we can do it, we're going to be calling the same thing.
First, these when they talk about these agreements, the ratification agreements they talk about, I mean, it's a waste of time because I've never seen where instance where the legislature and they want to ratify an agreement and they had a pause on it. They would just make noise, come and write, talk about this agreement. By the end of the day, the bill will pass. They don't even make the necessary amendments to these bills to say, well, change this. You see America here. The man will tell you, say, if you don't put this one there, I will not vote on it. If you don't take the one out, I will not vote on it. You see, right now, in as much as we got Trump giving hard time here, his own party now turning against him. They're being tough on him right now. But in Liberia, whenever they're telling something good for the legislature, they have their own way. They'll tell you, say, I oppose to the one. They'll write all this stuff. At the end of the day, I saw Senator Twine, right? Young Twine, right? He came out with some strong points, but at the end of the day, they will pass it. We ratify it. And the president will sign into law. And I keep saying it, man, until we can get a transformative leader, like, bro, all we find ourselves in this cycle. That's what happened in our country. It's so sad. Look, I'm not taking you off track, but for example, right, this week is the biggest economic summit in the world in Davos, Switzerland. See who are going there. Our top African leaders are going there. Even our next new Dopoh or Marabio, he left today, I think. But again, Liberia will be there. I heard that the foreign minister is going. I thought the president would be in attendance to meet his colleagues there. But look, we're in a situation where we can talk all we want to talk until our people's mindset can be changed. We'll find ourselves in this situation for a long time. That's why I say we disrupt the system. Come this year. Watch what happen. You'll keep on joking. You're taking for a joke.
Yeah, but the conference in Switzerland, the president can just go there when he's not invited. Probably the Sierra president, he's going there. There might be some special invitation.
So then why are you hearing the foreign minister is going if we're not invited?
The president did not. So what kind of conference is going to be held in Switzerland first and foremost?
It's the World Economic Conference in Davos, Switzerland. It is held annually.
Leaders are invited.
And I remember when Malasali was president, she went to that conference every year during her presidency.
Yeah, because most of those, like the last few other times Malasali went there, was the invitation directly from the German Chancellor
Angela Merkel.
Yes, and other things. So yeah, she did that and other things. President, I don't think he attended any of them.
No,
I don't think so. No. I don't think so. There should be an invitation to you before you can go there. Actually, you can just go there. There are major world leaders at gallery and all those things. And
we'll tell you to vote for coming. You said no. You said coming would have been there. Like, bro, be there.
But let me say this quickly. As we move on the show, because we all him and Sona, we come out do things. If I say anything to the listeners and other things that wrong, I'm very sorry for what I say. If I say anything to the contrary, but again, sometimes we do these things. We
apologize to me because I'm disappointed in you.
No, but I don't think you yourself you'll not be very disappointed in me. I'm only doing this for the sake of our followers. And that's why I said that, because you and I'm very sorry, but of what I said. Sometimes you move to say things and other things, but again, people will have to respect. And let me just stop there and say this, but moving forward, I will have to do, and that's why if I were to ever sit on this show, there will have to be total total when it comes to that, because that I'm not going to allow myself to get into those things again. No more.
Thank you, Pewee.
Because we discuss situations and allow those things to go on. We discuss
Thank you, Pewee.
we all on the show interacting very well. If you came on the show and
Yeah,
you didn't
that
know one, but you call me, God, that's it. That we are done. You don't do things that way to get people on. I still try to restrain, and then you start personally start to insult me, making your gesturing that way, man, all on the show, all those things, and nobody said anything whatsoever. But sometimes we come on show is meant for the public also, and you do these things for the public, and they're all up people listening. But to come and say that, and trust me, sometimes somebody will say fire for fire or whatsoever. But it's the fire for fire thing. Again, people believe that they will come take their way back kind of a political thing to see when it's sounding kind of way, doing this thing. The law is always going to be the law in the country. Pedophiles, whosoever they want to call themselves, if they abuse children, if children are abused, we should be clear enough for the law to punish those that will abuse children. But to come and sit and believe that some of you will support that, and I mean, and they're trying to intact the entire platform. But I mean, what I was trying to avoid, I won't eventually happen here. So I think all of you guys follow. I didn't come and allow her to flow continuously. But the only era I came in and when you brought me over to me, you got girls to me and all that kind of loud. So yeah, it's true. So what I know, I cannot support what happened to my birth child. We're not supposed to happen to any girl child in the Republic of Liberia whatsoever. But sometimes again, for the purpose of the show, the show will have to continue. That's the kind of a thing human being will have to go through sometimes. But sometimes you do these things for people to believe, because if you don't do this, other women said that, yeah, they will say, well, Pewee are weakling. He said, somebody else do this kind of thing. They say, well, come and say. And you know, so what happened, you not, if I'm your dear brother, you see it happen to your dear brother about another woman, you know you're not support that. Somebody just come in and attack and do kind of thing, the person just keep quiet. You can't say, well, brother, why you say that you're that person to do those kind of things? So now we move, so we get emotional, something, and just don't attack our family to be bringing things up. We never. And some of us got more glove on our hand to defend children in Liberia than any other person. I have never abused a child in Liberia. I would never support anyone doing it. Right? The last time on the whole rape case thing, we didn't take side with Brian Miguel. When the police folk came in this place, we listened to them what they said, and we said things on what's on the up. And then my point was that you investigate and bring the perpetrator to book. They said all of the investigation to find out that the man is not liable or something or whatsoever thing happen. If the crime or abuse happening in the country about children, no one's disputing that. There are other folks that are being arrested, prosecuted, and sometimes some of them go to jail. If there's evidence, they charge them to court, they go to jail. But no one will come and sit there and say that we want to say that using us now to emotionally blackmail, and that, you guys got, all of you put on the platform, got girls, children, I don't have. Yeah,
Pewee, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and that we all agree. I think we should discuss it behind the scene, because there are certain things I really wanted to talk to you about. I understand your point. I really do. And at the same time, too, I saw how the interaction went between you and Fanta. But, as a moderator of the platform, in my opinion, I think you should go a little bit higher than bringing yourself down to the level.
Yeah, and that's why I apologize. But myself, I'm a human being.
Okay,
right?
Pewee.
Okay,
Pewee. You the moderator of the platform. You control the subject. You control the topic. You control the flow.
Right.
Take full advantage of muting people and putting people in the back.
Yep.
Trust me.
If you suggest that, if you did that against some of our own colleagues, I would say, you should have done that.
No, trust me.
Difficult. Maybe you're supposed to say
I
don't really want to do that. I can't wait for Gayman to come by and take the show.
No, what did that tell you just now? I was telling you should have done. I was telling you,
people honestly, when we come on the show, you the moderator. You start a topic. We follow your cue. We follow your cue.
Don't get carried away.
If somebody comes and they deviating, you try to warn them. You don't want to stop. All you do is just put in the back because you try to. Your idea, you should control the show.
You gotta protect the sanctity of the platform.
That's all I can say. Because if you do it, trust me, if you do that, because you in a position of power, so nobody can get on your wrong side because you can just you put in what it's going to be in a position of power.
So talking about
I totally understand. You got heated. That's why we stay quiet for it to calm down. And but you have the power. you have the power to regulate the show. Take full advantage of it, bro. Trust me, if I go astray, put me in the back, I will come back. And trust me, if I biggie, put me in the back. Put me in the back 2 times, I'll be in myself.
Yeah, but also too, don't just say put me in the back, put me in the also too. You gotta talk to Pewee. Pewee gotta calm down with his temper. Pewee can be, like, I mean, I know how. For example, for me, I saw how the interaction went, but I just wanted him to just be the big, do the big.
How you want that man? I'm going to be very fair. How you want that? Please. How you want that? How you want that?
I just wanted you.
I think we have to discuss this in the back end.
Talking about
you
the rape issue.
Good. I'm not blaming you. I just wanted you to just
talking about the rape issue. The rape issue.
Look. In all fairness, we need to talk to both parties. I think Fanta was very.
Yes, I agree.
Let us discuss this in the back end.
No, all right, supposed to ain't no secret.
But get to the hospital authority now. The police.
I think Fanta was a little bit too.
She was. That's true.
So talking about the issue of the rape, right, Pewee? The issue of rape. This guy in question is being accused. Okay, they accuse this guy called Bonjala. What I've observed, many of the people that are defending him are people who grew up here in New York, and they grow him in the States and know him very, very well. But again, like somebody said, I've been reading comments on all sides. Another person said, like, you can't put your neck for certain, because all of us here, we close, like, you people out there, we close here. But the things maybe I'm doing, what I can do, what I do. Something, some things about me, know. So when you say, well, no, I know Tomalin, but I find it hard to believe that Tomalin will do such a thing. But I'm not ruling out that it can happen. So that's what I'm saying. But again, like another person said, the way how they
I agree. She was very disrespectful. I do agree on that. That's a fact.
They said DNA result comes off very, very. They don't come out so quick like that, right? So it was so quick to come out of the DNA result to link this man. Again, we're waiting for the case to come to fruition and hear what happened, because
what DNA result? Huh?
So somebody they said that it was based on DNA result that this man was charged, right? They charged Bonjala.
People said they get DNA machine in the country and they said DNA result.
The police said they charged me based on the DNA sample they got, everything they said, right? You know what they said? So we are waiting for the case to come to light. But the fact of the matter is that our 16-year-old child was sodomized, and the medical report says he was sodomized or messed up with. And when they found out who did it, so in the court would exonerate or charge or find somebody guilty, convict somebody. But the issue about that, about raping children and so forth, I mean, it's something that, I mean, everybody grew up differently. I know in my culture, when I grew up, it's different. We don't engage in such a thing. But I respect that in America here, I know I got friends who are gay, friends who are this and that, lesbian, but we respect them. We got our friend, co-workers, I respect you. You know that's not my style, you don't bring it to me. But I respect you. I don't criticize you for that. That's your choice. But at the same time, too, our culture in Liberia is different. It's something that our culture we don't accept. Even the people are doing it in Liberia, but people like the country, Liberia culture don't tolerate it, accept it. Because if somebody's, I remember when I was attending Zion Community College, there was I won't call the guy name, but there was a friend of one of our schoolmates on the college campus. The man was but the man, one day the man tried to make himself public. Hey, the backlash he received, I think he regretted why he ever did it. So again, we just got to understand that this case, it should be fast tracked. It should be done with in the faster the judge bring the case to the court and hear the matter and so forth. Because I've seen many of the accused friends, vouching for him and defending him to the letter, which is good. If you accuse one of my friends here, I would defend them, but I will not just go to the 100% and say I put my neck on chopping board that this happened. No, but again, only the court of law will exonerate or convict the person. So the issue of that rape issue and sodomization should be very careful and handle with care.
But Tomalin,
can I say something?
I don't like to talk about these things. I don't like to talk about these things because an arrest was made The person was charged. They go to the court. So we'll just wait and follow the court case. During the court case, that when all the evidence will be pulled out. And then I mean, we'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to say that pontificate what friends say, what friend didn't say, because it will not help. It will not help the situation.
Exactly. Quickly say, Raul, welcome, Raul, and who?
No, since Tomalin said, I was got me confused because from the Brian McGay case, they said there was no DNA. They said the case, they sent the stuff out of the country to, to go and do a DNA out of the country. So how come there's other makers, they got DNA already?
So we'll be asking some of the questions that will respond to it. But Raul, welcome. I know you brought all the good things from the
first one, Italian base.
I hope you brought the takeaway chocolate box that
there's no DNA machine.
Other thing. But welcome to the show. But quickly, Raul, before you come in, this issue, the difference between this case, Sarah, and that case, I want to believe, is that the charge this guy Bon Jara already to court. The police did charge him. I think he should be in court already. And that's why Safa just said we cannot discuss it because any attempt to discuss it will be tantamount to being held in contempt by the judge because it's pre-DDC now, according to the legal term they got on it. It is already.
No, but we can discuss it though. We can discuss it.
We can't also. We don't have the authority to discuss the merit of the case legally.
Yeah, but you can discuss it.
We can give opinions on it.
Yeah, we can discuss it, but the facts around it will not. So on the line, so I would agree that we can discuss it from the surface.
The point I want to make here before Robert comes in, the fact that they charge him, or maybe they have probable cause according to the legal people, right?
A small bottle of water will be fine.
They had a probable cause. That's the reason why they charge him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the probable cause probably would be because they told us from Brian McGay case that there was no DNA machine in the country. So where did they get the evidence from? What's the ramification, surrounding all of that? I don't know, but anyway, but Raul,
and quickly before Raul can come in, let me say this in a few seconds. I don't want to be seen to be. I would have put the devil advocate here.
Can you tell Mr. Sito to
Mr. Sito, can you
Mr. Sito never mute himself?
You can forget.
Thank you. This case, the police said a lot of other things. They didn't have those clues, right? Like this, all the line of investigation, CCTV, this, that, cell phone, tower, location, all of things, everything has generated him before they were only waiting for this DNA to come and prove before they could take action. But maybe Bon Jara case is slightly different. Maybe other things.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard.
So that's one of the reasons why they charged him quickly to court. But Raul, we've been discussing a lot of different things here before we got interrupted by some I'm saying issues that were forwarded on the show.
Well, no, I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't. To be honest, what happened? I missed the.
Yeah, no, the other Jesus.
The drama.
It passed already. I'm seeing something.
That one jump over here, my brother.
Unfortunate thing unfolded on the show, but we've been talking about actually this thing today. I don't know if you followed that also. Costa podcast this morning in Liberia.
No, I haven't.
So a lot of things you didn't follow today. I hope the Italian one and you're drinking.
They better have calling for burger eating a smoothie.
The Italian thing, they don't carry away. All this kind of thing. Yeah. So Costa said another thing this morning, and he accused Senator Darius Dillon. He called Senator Dillon, Buju Ben Keita, the legal advisor to the president, and Nyenwolo Kanga of involving into some criminality, if you will. To this thing, decentralization of the port thing. He said they're trying to change the law criminally. He called Senator Dillon and Nyenwolo Kanga crook and fake people, and also Buju Ben Keita and other things. So that's what we're actually discussing today. We just want to seek your opinion on that then before we move on.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God. So Sylvester, it's great to be back in the States. I miss America a bit, because at least I'm back in America now. I don't have to pay for napkins and silverware when I order food. Unlike in Milano, we got to pay for your napkin you wipe your mouth with and your silverware you eat in. I almost ate with my hands, and it's not as cold as it is out there. So it's good to be back. But I have to listen to the podcast because I always thought that our brother Costa and Dillon had not a perfect relationship, but they had some sort of a relationship. And And so I need to understand his context of what is fake or what has become fake about Dylan. I would disagree with him that they are, and I'm not a Senator Lawrence fan with regards to her work and what she's done, but I don't think that the decentralization of the port has anything to do with two senators attempting to criminally change the law. I mean, this is impossible, and I stand corrected. I think it's impossible that under our laws and under the Constitution, right? That these two senators have the power to change the law. I don't see how that will happen without the consensus of both the lower and upper house. I don't see how they could possibly do that, even if it was specifically about the port of Buchanan. I don't see how they could possibly do that. I understand that he doesn't agree with this piece of legislation. I get that, which is his right. But I think that we can discuss the merits and demerits of this piece of legislation. We can disagree with what needs to be fixed. And I stated when we previously talked about this that I don't think that this is perfect, but I think it's a step in the right direction. I think the president, even in his reservations that were outlined in his response, I think he agrees that there's some level of decentralization that needs to be done. There's some things that needs to be fixed with this, but the accusation are trying to criminally change the laws. I don't see how Henry Costa can actually make sense of that. It looks like there's something broken in that relationship. Many have called, of course, Dylan fake, including myself. But I think I have a different perspective of Dylan. I don't think. I think he's transcended that. And I think it's important now that we hold him accountable, and we hold even Senator Lawrence accountable for the decisions that they make and the facts surrounding those decisions. I don't think I can no longer go around and just call him fake. I think he's proved to be, even with his imperfections, to be one of the good ones around Capitol building. And I think it's important that we hold him accountable based on the facts. So I would like to see, what Henry Costa means by, fake. What does he mean by the attempt to, illegally or unconstitutionally change the laws as it relates to the port? And I also it will be interesting to understand how could they possibly, I mean, both senators, how could they possibly do such a thing without the consensus of their colleagues in the lower and upper house? And so I don't agree with that.
Thank you, Ralph. Basically, we will now move on. I think we will go back to what we were discussing today. The next topic we thought to talk about. The president is currently, we just hit that on the surface in Nimba County, and wherein the government, through the Ministry of Public Works, they're having this infrastructure conference in Nimba, and this conference is geared towards probably they're trying to move on a very most significant and aggressive pace to ensure that we push our infrastructure, because we do have a serious infrastructure gap in the country. There's this infrastructure deficit in the Republic, and this conference is ongoing. The Public Works minister, former minister wrote, but the current minister responded quickly. Very good, she said, and for each of us share expertise, reason she did, because she's a professional Liberia engineer, all those things. So if I will start with you on this one, do you think we should commend the government just by rolling out, giving this roadmap as a first significant push towards our infrastructure expansion?
Well, honestly, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's a summit. Let's see what comes out of the summit, and what are the action items that are going to come out of the summit. I mean, I'll put it that way. So after this summit, are we going to pass laws? Are we going to pass law for development in terms of our infrastructure? I mean, are we just going to have a summit and come out when everybody feel good about themselves? Yeah. You know, so it's nice to have a summit, but let's see the post-summit actions. So that's what I'll be waiting to see.
Okay, T. Josh.
That's a good thing. The infrastructure conference is a good thing. But like we have these things, different conferences and forums all the time. It's just that at the end of the day, we hope that something can be something can materialize from such events, because it helps the country. And like the former public minister Reho Post, I think she made a point. She should have been invited. And I know Gideon's very well. I don't think it was intentional. He was intentional. But I thought he would have invited her and so forth. You know, like I was telling you, some friends over the weekend. If I was holding a position in Liberia, in an appointed position, I will always look for those who are serving a position before. I'll try to reach out to them and create like a think tank. I may not take all of their advice or all their suggestion, but just to have them to get a feeling about when they serve in this position or the role they play, you know, what it was like. So such an event, the infrastructure conference, I hope it benefits the country and help our country. But you know, at the end of the day, as I end, look, we way behind. Liberia way behind. And when you think about the country, where we are today, I always come to my mind what CFI said to me off camera, that Rwanda started ended at 194, and Liberia's our first election 2005. But where are we today? We're still far. You witnessed the ball Guinea inauguration. You know, I mean, I remember, since I got to know myself, the only person I seen in the inauguration was George Weah when he had inauguration 2017 on the stadium, where the country, you tell the country was with him. The country was with him. That inauguration proved he had a commanding mandate from that inauguration turnout. It was like he came with a governing mandate, you know. Okay, and what I saw in Guinea the other day, and when people of that come to that with such a strength, you should be able to do your best. But our country, election was closed, and today the president, the government, they've been governed slowly. But I don't know whether we achieve what we're supposed to achieve. But I'll always end with disrupt the system. That's our goal.
Okay, the roughness system.
Don't be laughing. We disrupt the system. Don't be laughing. We're plenty.
Sarah, we have serious infrastructure problem in the country. Serious infrastructure problem in the country. Do you think with this conference, I don't know what's behind this conference, or if there's something serious we have, but does this current budget, basically relative to road connectivity across the country or other massive infrastructure, if you will, does it 1.211 billion reflect anything that is now encouraging us to have this conference?
Well, from everything that I've seen in the budget, maybe it's some other. I think maybe it's the current or the continuation of projects that they are focusing on, because there were projects that were signed by the previous government, and those funds are probably available. So maybe those are the kind of things they are coming together. But other than that, from the budget I don't see nothing there. All of our resources are being hijacked by concession companies. We hardly get anything for ourselves. So I hear them talking about, I know that the project they're supposed to have for the Cape Mount Road. That in itself, what do we get from out of it? People are going to make more, they're going to mortgage our company, or generations will have to pay for that. and companies will have big kickbacks, including those that did the negotiation. So I don't know. I don't see anything in the budget that supports that. It's a good initiative, but at the end of the day, I think it's just something that will be a continuation of what the previous government started. That's how I see it. Thank you.
Mr. Sita?
Thank you very much. I think it is the first step in the right direction. We are infrastructurally deprived. Our roads are bad. Some of them are non-existent. You can travel throughout the country, and as a result, because we don't have road connectivity, development, we can spur development in the other parts of the country. So I think it is in a good direction. But the question is, are we going to codify that into law to ensure that succeeding government, whatever plan that is developed, succeeding government will be able to follow that plan? Because, mind you, from Ellen Sirleaf to Joe Boakai, every government had their own development agenda. According and from what CFR stated previously, we don't have a national development plan. Having an infrastructure conference is a good thing, but it should be tied into an overall national development plan. A national development plan that look at infrastructure, that look at healthcare delivery system, that look at educational system, that look at improvement in the economy. All of these things needs to be taken in its totality. You can't do one and divorce the other one. If we want a national development plan on infrastructure, we have to tie that in with education. We have to tie that in with healthcare. We have to tie that in spurring economic growth. So you can do one and leave out the other. So it is a good sign in the right direction. But I think that they should make it broader to have a national development plan, national development conference, and look at all of the different sectors in the economy, in the country, and craft a development plan that succeeding government, and codify that plan into law, that succeeding government will come and follow that plan along. Thank you.
You muted, Sylvester, you muted.
Sorry, Raul, you followed the whole thing about this infrastructure conference. The president, I'm told, is currently in Nimba County, Gompa City, or we call other people call it Ganta. He's going to be there for like 3-4 days or so. What's the whole take on this? Is it that the government, this president, is serious to just aggressively move with massive infrastructure issue that the next time you went to Liberia, you don't even make the playoff?
I mean, that's that. I mean, I would hope that would be the objective. But just reading the flyer, I don't understand what the objectives are. Are they trying to adopt alternative infrastructure methods? What kind of capital are they attracting for this? What are they? Are we looking at digital energy transport? Are we what is the overall goal? I think it's a great thing. It's not a bad thing to have these conferences, but like Mr. Dick said, there has to be an action plan. There has to be something that needs to be achieved after this conference is done. There has to be a timeline put to this and what that looks like. If they're just congregating just to say, hey, we started this whole process about a conference, then we've seen this movie before. We spoke about the same thing with the diaspora conference. The diaspora conference is always a great thing when the government decides to engage, stakeholders. And I think, the best and most important stakeholders in any government are the citizens. So this is great. But are we engaging stakeholders to really look at critical areas of needs and to see, where the diaspora fit? For instance, we were talking about we had the IG on yet, and he was talking about equipments that folks don't know how to use. I mean, I think that's very critical. Have we properly planned this conference and look at the areas of needs, then by now we would have figured out, well, maybe there's a Liberian somewhere in the diaspora who the government can invest in to come out for 3 months or 6 months or 1 year, whatever how long that takes, to train Liberians to use those equipments, right? So these are the kinds of action plan. These are the kinds of steps I think we should be talking about. So the conference is not a bad idea, but what is the overall objectives here? What are some of the action plan? And hopefully, the public works minister Giddens, great guy. Hopefully, he's able to come on before the conference. And Tomalin, this is an open invitation to him. People may not know, but Giddens was one of our panelists here during the very heated campaign. These guys were on here, and we will go back and forth about the government. And I understand why he can't be on these platforms now, because he has a bigger priority and responsibility. But it's important that he comes on and help Liberians who have questions like your question, Sylvester, and give us some insights on what this conference aimed to achieve, and why this is very important for Liberia's infrastructure for the short term and the long term. Great idea, but again, what is the goal? What is the overall objectives here? Like you said, am I going to see the RIA road completed, properly by the time I come to Liberia next? I don't know. So great idea again, but we need to understand what this does for our country and what this does for our infrastructure moving forward, even after this government is done.
Thank you, Robert. Today, I thought we're going to be leaving from here tonight on time. Sarah, I'll be coming back to you on this one today. Beginning tomorrow or maybe every Friday, we'll have to introduce a new tactic of the show. Sometimes we will ask individual panelists about what they have on their mind, what that are burning issues, and because sometimes we can just narrow the discussion on what we're going to see from the topical issue, the headlines in the country. Probably Dix will have something he will follow in the country personally. He will bring that. But we may not know that can be a very topical discussion, serious thing. That may be crime related. That may be social issue. That may be political. That may be some economic issue. That may be some religious issue sometimes. Some people may have some serious religious concerns sometimes. So we will ask the panelists to bring their personal view as we move through. But serious today, Moba Modu had a press conference, I'm told. I don't know if you follow. You're former chair of the CDC, your political party, the party that you're very passionate about.
You can't play with Sarah and your CDC business. Or...
The party that you're very passionate about, let me repeat. And but we told that he said a lot of things, that everything this government accused of the CDC, your government of, and the government that I also proudly associated with, that they accused the Weah administration of the doing times 3 or 4 of that. I don't know if you follow his when he talk about him or right. He went in the rate of issues and all those things about protecting people, giving people sweet daddy deal in government, having them protected. Certain folks protected and others are not protected and all those things. What's your own thought process on? I don't know if you follow his press conference, but
I didn't follow the press conference, but I think I read a portion of that release on Facebook. I would say you guys should be the judge, because in my opinion, I think what he said is right. Let's look at human rights, for example. During the Weah administration, we saw people in the street protesting. We saw the June 7 protest. We saw how people went to the executive mansion and put BP pot in front of the mansion and cook, because the president respected their right to assemble, Did you see police people pushing them, moving them around? No. Except somebody can show me that picture, I didn't see it. But today, the Bwaka government is against the free assembly of people in the street to protest. They bring police people, they bring fire truck, they bring water truck to intimidate these people. So if Moluba Molu is saying that, and maybe people will overlook it because he's a former CDC chair, but that's the fact. We look at the rule of law when it comes to turning positions. We look at the speaker saga, what happened, and all of these little things. And then even at the rape cases that we have right now. United Party government has surpassed the CDC government in rape cases. Look at the records. So what have they come to rescue? What have they come to change? They have double or triple everything that they criticize. Moluba Molu is right. Go back to the records. I mean, you can say what you want to say about him and say, oh, he's not the right person, he's not the right messenger. But everything he said there is the fact. And I will rest and give you guys a chance. So because you guys are not CDC or you're not supposed to CDC. But let's go to the facts. Thank you.
Timothy George, he also said, I will run it up now. He also stated in that statement today that he said this current police chief is selective in trying to implement the responsibility of the police, and the police chief is ineffective. It's not as effective police director. And also said that the whole thing about the way the police apply in the process of maintaining of the rule of law is selective. Is he actually saying the truth here?
Well, I won't use the word. I won't agree with him. The description of the police chief, but what I would say is that we administration was very tolerant to protests. I will tell you that. In fact, it was on the we administration that had the largest protests in the country, and they gave the protesters, they fed them and so forth. They allowed them to exercise their rights many times. In fact, sometimes the protests were done with all the just administrator giving a permit, but they would have protests. But this administration have not been too caring to protest. They have apparently when you have a protest, they do everything in the power to undermine the protests to the extent that of dividing the protesters. And I think, like as we memorialize the person who we celebrate today, the late American civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. He said the right to protest was one of the most powerful tools in a democracy. We should always remember that people have the right. It's just this weekend in this state where our brother CFI is. A federal judge issued a ruling and said that the ICE should not bother the people for protesting. And in America, that one of the people's strong rights there, they don't tamper with easily, the right to protest. And so I think the government should be more susceptible to protest in our country, that the people are right. I mean, once the protest is not violent, the right to express themselves, So I think Molu issue of the protest and this government, I think I agree with him on that issue of protest and so forth. The other thing, I didn't listen to his speech, but I plan on listening tonight. But just from what you're saying, an issue of protest, I think he made a good point. CDC was very tolerant of protest as compared to the UP government, and praying that hopefully in the future they'll continue to allow protesters to protest and express themselves through their protest.
Thank you. Siafa, also he stated in part of that certain government officials they've been having some level of executive protection, if you will, or the police is shooting certain individual and certain people are considered already guilty as the crime is being unraveled. Is there anything by his trust of statement have we observed that in this current administration that certain government officials being shielded from they've been protected, and there are others that are not given the kind of a way to just boot them out to jail and other things?
Well, I think pretty much he was referring to the whole Brian McGill rape case investigation, and I mean, like we said it before, the police did a terrible job in informing the population. When the whole DNA thing came out, and that's when people started to say, well, you're trying to find a way out, because there have been similar instances and people were arrested and sent to court. But now in this case, you guys are waiting for DNA, and then the police sat for months without saying anything. And when you create that space, people will fill it up with all sort of stories, whether it's true or half true. It was there. So I think that's probably what he was referring to.
Okay. Wow, the entire case started to unravel in this way because we saw, and I agree that things happened during the CDC administration. Things happened. The CDC administration, there was not Angel Gabriel or Jesus himself as head of that government. We know things happen. Granted, unfortunately, the CDC didn't win, but this government came on the matter of change completely. And Mr. Modu is saying that everything they spoke against that CDC was doing, they are even doing triple of that. Is that actually the case here?
I concur. Sylvester, I can't help but to agree with him in context. When you look at, and to your point, I think it's important to re-emphasize what you just said. Even if CDC police, even if the police under CDC was the worst police ever in the history of Liberia, the expectation was that Unity Party will come and change the trajectory of the operation of that. And in changing that trajectory, I think a big part of that is changing the perspective of those they serve. And I gotta say, if 90% of Liberians outside of party politics felt like the police were not protecting lives and property, if 90% felt like the police was massively corrupt, if 90% felt like the police had the tendency of unprofessionalism, if 90% of the of the population felt that the police is one of the most is easily bribed under the CDC administration, I believe that number will double under this administration. And so the question is, what has changed? What kind of rescue? What kind of listen? And I listened to the IG, and God bless his heart, and I will continue to say, I was one of those who had high hopes of Gregor Coleman. And I think, Tomalin, I don't think that his description of the IG being ineffective is pointed to his person. But again, we've got to admit, we can't criticize the police and then leave out the chief of police. The buck starts and ends with the chief of police. The IG is the Inspector General of Liberia National Police. And so when that institution performs at its best, it reflects the leadership of the police. If that institution performs at its worst, it reflects the leadership of the national police. So logically, I think he's right when he talks about the police director being ineffective. It doesn't mean that Gregor Coleman is incompetent. I don't think that the man who sat here and engaged us on the issues, he was very abreast with the issues. You cannot deny the fact that he's well educated. But again, that has not you don't see that in the operations of this national police. We don't have to go too far. The MCC report on the rule of law, and I know the rule of law is not just limited to the police, but I think it starts with the police. You looked at arbitrary arrest. We talked about how these arrests are done when people hands are up and the police are aggressive with them. You see police officers at these headquarters and places that where they're supposed to be performing, being caught in theft. I mean, all kinds of things. It may not be a reflection of Gregor Coleman himself, because, like he said, you can't control all of the 5,000 police officers out there, but it starts and ends with him. It is on him. If the country fails, even if Joseph Boakai is performing and people trust Joseph Boakai, Liberians will blame Joseph Boakai. If these institutions led by these people fails, the head of these institutions are held responsible. So I don't think that the police have been effective. I don't think that the police, in as much as there are many challenges, and I feel for him, there are many challenges. The police are operating below the standard because They have not been given the support that they deserve. They have not been given the support and the tool that they need. I get that police officers are not making what they need to make. Okay, and so I won't blame them for being for getting involved in corruption and all these different things. That's on us. That's on the executive. That's on the president. That's on the legislature. That's on us. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the performance of the police, people would not remember what was in the budget. Sylvester, let's call a spade a spade. People will not remember the challenges that the police face. People will remember the actions of the police. People will remember what the police director and his folks, what did they do to redress the issues. They will remember that. And in as much as that sounds so out of place, it is the fact. This is the environment we find ourselves. So I agree with the former CDC chairman. The police, in many instances, has acted as a regime police. And I think it's incumbent upon us and Gregor Coleman. And I'll close on this note. This is what we don't normally do. This is the reason why I don't want to be poor and have a government job, Sylvester. I don't want to be belly-driven. I don't want to be in the midst of people who will allow my principles to be compromised in protection of a political party or in protection of a job. Take your damn job. If you are involved in something that looks bad for my country, if you are involved in something that is unconstitutional, if you are involved in something that does not align with my own principles, I will call you out. I will resign. Take your job. We do not have men and women in public service with that kind of attitude. And this is part of the reason why we find ourselves where we are. There are many men and women who are afraid to lose their jobs because this is where their livelihood depends on, to the point where they are willing to compromise their own principles. We have got to change that. So in as much as Gregor Coleman is competent, I listened to his two deputies. Those two guys sounds like great gentlemen. And they sound like good public servants. But at the end of the day, when those 5,000 guys are out there following their instructions and they are doing something contrary to that, and it looks bad for the people, it will be a reflection of Gregor Coleman. So they have a difficult task, and they're gonna have to perform that, and the government will have to support them in ensuring that they carry out their responsibility adequately.
Thank you. Mr. Sita, will come to you to close on this one. Then we move on to the last topic. Will be brief. Yesterday, the Teranga Lions of Senegal won the African Cup of Nations. It's important, but there was some.
Thank you for bringing this up. Very important topic.
There was some dramatic and controversial end to the whole game. But we'll come there in a jiffy. But I just want to seek your comment on this whole thing of Stan, the former chair of CDC, comment on.
Oh, Sylvester, please, I'm sorry, before Mr. Sidon come in, please, just 10 seconds. By the way, not only was the Weah administration open to protest, some call him weak, but I thought that was leadership. They embraced protests. They respected protests to the point where people went out there to receive, top government officials went out there to receive petition. When the protester went recently stand, people were sharing on Facebook, they were laughing at the protester. They could not even go out there, Mr. Seaton, to receive the petition of the protester. They were laughing at them. Even if they were seditions, they are still Liberians. Why laugh at them? The Weah administrators did not laugh at people. They went out there and said, will give us your petition. Why has the Unity Party not done that? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Sito, quickly. And then then we'll move to the last talking point. Full close in 12 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Molu is right that the current administration is intolerant to dissenting opinion, dissenting views. I have credible journalists, former colleagues who have told me that the current administration in Liberia, they do not like dissenting views. So because they do not like dissenting views, that is the reason why they don't allow protests to happen. But Liberia has a democracy. And one of the pillars of democracy is the right for people to freely assemble and petition their government on issues affecting them. So the fact of the matter that the Unity Party campaigned on a promise that CDC was not respecting the rule of law, CDC was not respecting fundamental rights, and now they have come and they are doing the opposite. That speaks volume. It tells you the type of people that are leading Liberia today. That these people are intolerant. But the question is Mobile Molu, should Mobile Molu be the one to make this kind of allegations? I personally believe not.
He's a citizen of Liberia.
Citizen of Liberia, but he has credibility problem.
Exactly. He is a citizen of Liberia, though.
But he has credibility problem.
That's part of it is all Liberians. It is our constitutional right. It's like in the U.S. It's like I will let you go. I just want to bring this in. I'm playing the devil because you asked. You said, "Is Mobile the right messenger here?" Of course, he could be because he's a citizen of the country. Like you have the First Amendment right here. If you are a U.S. citizen, you know of that right. It's so powerful to you that despite whatsoever thing that will be taught to you, and I don't support what you said about credibility issue. That would be another debate to ask you paint some of the credibility area, if you will. But I just thought to say, yes, he's a citizen of Liberia. What will you say?
Yeah. No, he has the right as a citizen to speak up on issues that affect the country. He has that right.
Yeah.
But the question is, does he have that moral standing to do it? That's a different issue we can talk about. Because I personally, I'm of the view that he's somebody who is not credible. Okay, but again, this is a bigger picture. If the government was delivering on its promises, you will not have citizens protesting the government policies. The government came to power, say everything the CDC administration did in Liberia was wrong. The CDC was taking Liberia down the drain. And they needed to rescue the country. That's why they call themselves the rescue mission. But what do we see? We see CDC 2.0 in a different fashion.
CDC, they do what they're doing.
You understand? They are doing far worse than what the CDC did. Yes, they claim that CDCians were a group of uneducated people. They are the best that Liberia can offer. They are the cream, the best of the cream, the well-educated. But guess what? Where the country is going? I don't see any significant progress in Liberia. So Molu is right.
Pewee, please let me start on the next topic, man. I beg you. Can I start, please?
Everybody wants to start.
Okay. On a serious note, and I will let you start. But I'm actually going to start with Raul and other thing. But I will let you start.
Everybody wants to start.
I
will let you start. I will let you start. And because the reason why I brought this thing up, myself followed it very closely yesterday, and I was a little bit carried away. And I'm not going to say that, but the Teranga Lion, I was supporting them, I was rooting for them yesterday when the game was going on. Actually, I love this team from the time they beat France 1-0. I started following the team. I was so passionate about this team. But go ahead, please. Then we'll come.
Yeah, but first let me.
We got this another soccer.
And I watched that. I watched the African Cup of Nations from game 1 to the end.
Let me congratulate.
Go ahead. Maybe we'll take that.
We'll
leave for about 8, but maybe we'll add another 10 minutes. Leave for 10.
Let me congratulate Nima County for winning the Carnegie yesterday. I mean, if the Carnegie was something that we can gauge, the country. I saw the country coming together yesterday, and I've not seen the Jam Park Stadium for the last time in many years. I've not seen it, but the Carnegie brought a United Stadium together. I saw it was jam packed. And in fact, but what I was told is that somebody told me today, say it was the country against Nima Canada for what? But the person said it appeared like the country were against Nima, but Nima won 2-0. The first goal scored by Prince Lynch, a beautiful goal. And I didn't see the second goal because I left. But Nima County deserved the win. And my sister Nepe, I want to say congratulations to you again.
So my answer is the reason why I play you are going.
Yeah, that's it.
For leading Nima County to the seventh championship. At the 7th time Nima have captured the championship in the County League. So they had a good team. congratulate them. Also, Grand Crew, I want to say thank you for also showing up. Like the former president said, you guys, you did well, but they say you play against a team that were not even better than you, which is true. I agree, but it was a good game. But with that said, Senegal and Morocco, I'm happy that Senegal won. I just was disappointed at the walk off the field during the controversial penalty. I think it was a fair penalty, but for them to walk off the field and FIFA trying to condemn, and even now trying to even put a ban. They want to even affect Senegal participation in the World Cup. They shouldn't even go that far. If they try to do it, they will support the World Cup. They shouldn't do it. Senegal deserves to play in the World Cup, Africa champion. And I want to say Sadi Mani, great player, and the guy who scored the goal, what his name, Papi
Gay.
Yeah, Papi Gay. It was a good goal. And I was told that only 3 players that play for Senegal was born in Senegal. I don't know how true is it. But Senegal, congratulations, and have out to Africa. I think we're going in the World Cup with a strong African champion. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Robert? Okay, Robert is not here. We'll go to Vix. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, congratulations to Nimba County. Yeah, my county of birth. I was born in Nimba County. I lived in Nimba County for 15 years, so I was witness to 2 of those championships in 78 and 79.
Yes, celebrate Nimba now.
Yeah, 78 and 79 when Lamco 65 represented Nimba County. We dominated the academy for 2 years in a row, back-to-back champ. But my disappointment with Nimba County is the way they came on the field. I must applaud Grand Crew County for coming on the field in a traditional African outfit. And Nimba County came on the field looking like a bunch of braids with black suit and red bow tie. I think I think they should have been traditional. So for that part, I would give that to Grand Crew for representing, coming with that traditional country club shirt, coming on the field. I would give that to Grand Crew because that was a complete display of national identity. African Cups. Hey, Senegal made history. The last sub-Saharan team to win the African Cup in North Africa was Ghana in 1982.
Wow, historian. But a historian. I told you about the guy.
Ghana, and guess what? That's the last time Ghana won the African Cup. But the Ghanaians talk like they won it the other day. The last time they won the African Cup was 1982. Abedi Pele was a teenager with Abdul Razak. That's the last time they won it. So you give credit to Senegal. And one thing they said during the game yesterday, Senegal and Morocco over the last 2 years, these are the 2 African teams that invested a lot in youth soccer. Yeah. And you can see the fruit. You heard that with Pewee?
Yeah.
He said that yesterday. And you can see the fruit of
the
labor.
And for you to continue, also they are the 2 best teams. Morocco is number 1, Senegal number 2 in Africa.
Yeah. So you see the fruit of labor. Our FA folks.
Why against I advice to our
No. Listen, Tomalin, our FA folks focus on the youth. And also to my tribal county, Grand Cape County. We came 3rd in the county meet. We had the most exciting young coach, the Italian trained gaffer. He always came on the field well dressed, and well dressed, and he motivated the kids. They came well. They did extremely well. Yeah, we lost to Grand Crew in the semifinal, but at least we had a consolidation 3rd place. Remember, Grand Cape County is the first county to shake the net on SKD. That's something that will never be taken for us.
Thank you.
1986, Charles Caddy scored the first ever SKD. So that's something Grand Cape owns, and nobody will take it from us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And yeah, it's important. Yesterday, I know that part of that. And Morocco, the last time Morocco won this cup was in 1958 when they won. Ever since, that's why they really hit them yesterday. This is going to be the second time. Really hit them yesterday, I don't think. But and that they I don't know. But before we close briefly, I would talk about my perspective on the way. Tomalin, you're right. What happened? The way they have to walk out the fee is wrong, and I think they're going to punish them. It was good yesterday.
Yeah, jump over me too.
No. Okay.
No. We can't talk to Sarah.
I will come quickly. I don't want to be.
I still got info, bro.
I don't want to be here content by Sarah. Sarah, go ahead, please.
So I want to believe. I really think the game was supposed to be independent, and no government official should influence the the outcome of the game, as we saw Jeremiah Kun did when he donated $5,000 to the crew team, the great crew team. And a lot of people have reservation about it. I mean, I'm not saying it.
But Sarah, one would say, let me hold you there quickly.
Let me hold
you there, please. One would say Jeremiah Kun giving 5,000 each. It was balanced. He didn't give Nimba 5,000 and he gave 5,000 at these, right?
So I want to. Okay, I agree. But why did he have to wait until the final? He should
to motivate the two teams.
What are the people?
Let me finish my point. You can come here and shoot me any kind of way you want. At the end of the day, the sport's supposed to be independent of any form of bribery or whatever. There's something to unite. There's something to unite the counties, to unite Liberians. Nobody's all be moving money around here, there, to persuade players to not play good and all of that. It creates a kind of, a different perception. I mean, take it or leave it. You can agree or disagree, but that's the fact. At the end of the day, I want to say congratulations to Nimba Kante. They did well, and the crew team, Grand Crew, also did well. They went to the final, but at the end of the day, Jeremiah could influence the game. Thank you.
Okay, I can sense quickly before I come to the other stuff. I can sense the stuff. Eastern solidarity feelings.
So let me come in.
We have to go to Peabody. Go ahead.
With respect to the county beat, I want to commend Nimba County for winning the county beat, and I also want to commend Grand Crew County for being the runner-up.
Right.
And the issue of the vice president giving money to the two teams, I don't think that is strange in soccer. If you recall, this born African Cup of Nations, a billionaire in Nigeria promised to give the team $1 million if they went to the finals. Even though they didn't go to the final, he still gave them $500,000. So it is an inducement to encourage the players. It's not a bribe. Now, with respect to...
It's seen as a bribe.
With respect to the African Cup of Nations, I think I want to commend Senegal, but I think
that too.
What they display on the field yesterday, while it is true it was wrong, but I think the credit goes to Manny. Manny was able to rally his teammates for them to come back on the field, and he proved to be the man of the match. But if you look at the history of African Cup of Nations,
the man of the tournament, the player of the tournament.
Yeah. But for that particular game, even though he's the man of the tournament, but for that particular game, he's the man of the match because he showed a high
American guy, Mr. Penalty, he the MVP.
Yeah, he showed a high degree of maturity. But if you guys watched the game yesterday, the commentator made a statement when the game started. He said, statistically, it is rare for the host to win the tournament. He said it only happened when Ivory Coast won, but statistically, it is very difficult because there is so much pressure on the host team when they get to the finals. So it is difficult for them to win. And that shows us yesterday. And I don't know why that gentleman missed that penalty. What was he trying to do? Because that was the game-winning penalty there.
That goalkeeper can still come and penalty them.
No. But I don't know. The penalty they called. There's some kind of name they gave it. I can't remember the name.
It's a mental thing. It's a mental thing. The goalkeeper moved that ball, just slide right in there. The goalkeeper decided to just stand.
No, but from what I heard, they said the penalty. They have a name for it.
It's like Gary penalty.
Yeah, like you kick the penalty, the keeper push the ball back to you, and then you score. That was the trick he was trying to play. You understand?
No. So what happened, Mr. Seaton, when on a penalty kick, the goalkeeper will pick one side, he will go to that side. That particular style of kicking, Zidane, Andrew Pirlo, they have done it before. The goalkeeper is going to move. So whether you go left or right, I would just chip it, and while you going, you'll just be looking at that ball floating and going in there.
Yeah,
it's called. I think it's called.
Yeah, there's a name. There's a name.
I would have
But guess what? If you go on my page, that's a video of a similar penalty that seen Senegalese goalkeeper saved that in the Premier League.
Yeah, it was against Chelsea.
Yeah, so he decided not to move.
Oh, he man in Europe.
Yeah,
he played for Chelsea.
He marked for Chelsea.
No,
He
it
gone
was
Saudi
for,
Arabia.
he was in the goal for Chelsea. He saved the penalty for Chelsea. I think
He was.
City.
Tomalin, you don't know, Mendy was a top goalkeeper in the Premier League.
Yeah, before he went to Saudi.
But that Morocco. I'm surprised the Morocco player. He's played for Real Madrid. I don't know why you miss that kind of penalty.
You miss penalty.
We'll go to Raul then. Peabody, then
watch
Peabody
this.
move for this.
Brahim, man, I mean that.
Raul,
yeah, I can see it.
We had to run.
Yeah, no, but I thought it was a great tournament though. I got to give Morocco credit. The Moroccans, I think without a doubt, maybe South Africa maybe comes close, but I think they have the best sports infrastructure in Africa, without a doubt. I mean, I think it's between them and Morocco.
That's why they are hosting the World Cup.
The infrastructure.
Yeah, the infrastructure of the pitches. I think South Africa.
Morocco is doing well quickly. Right after you continue, it will be South Africa for now. Stay.
Liberia will get there. Don't worry.
No. Hey, people, man, Morocco been like that for.
But Morocco, but the based on Google Stadium recently, but
South Africa.
South Africa is number one.
I think so. That's what I was saying. But I think they did a phenomenal job with the stadium, the quality of the pitch. I mean, everyone spoke highly about the quality of the pitch. The stadium, I think they did a phenomenal job. Now, with their particular specific game, I thought that the refereeing messed the game up. It was
why?
Here's why. I thought it was competitive throughout the game. And the stats prove that Senegal had most of the ball possession.
Oh, yeah.
And when you look at how Morocco plays, Sylvester, Morocco is a ball possession team. But because Senegal was so aggressive in defending, they couldn't play from the back. So it was really difficult for them. They got some top players. But when you look at the disallowed goal for Senegal, just look at that. The disallowed goal happened just 5 minutes before, I think at the end, few minutes before the penalty was given. But if you look at the disallowed goal from all of the different angles, you will see that shove was very soft and weak. And these things happen when kicks, corner kicks are taken. Defenders are fighting each other. They are doing push here and there. But was that push enough to disallow the goal? I don't think so. I don't think it was. But he disallowed the goal, granted. So when you looked at what happened on the other side of the field, that pull in the back was not strong enough that warrants a penalty, especially in the last minute of the game, Sylvester. So if I had just disallowed that goal for Senegal for that kind of soft push, I wouldn't give that for that soft pull. I would let the game go into extra 30 minutes. I think this is where he messed up, because it would have made sense had he given Senegal a goal at the end for similar action and then gave Morocco a penalty. So when that penalty happened, I was very outraged. I was like, wait a minute. It seems like they are trying to reward Morocco for hosting this tournament. And you got to remember, it's not going to be 50 years since Morocco won an AFCON trophy. 50 years. So I just, those guys felt robbed. Now, does it excuse the action of the coach? I thought that was not professionalism. I thought that was not sportsmanship, but I understood in the heated moment and the emotions that were running, I understood why they had to leave the field, but I don't support that. I thought that a lot of folks said the penalty had not been scored yet. So the game, but we all know penalties is like 90% of the time a goal. Yeah. I mean, you made the goalkeeper will save it, but unless you're a fizzy player and you can't handle pressure, then you will miss the penalty. That's what happened to Diaz, and people don't understand. Diaz is a top 20-year-old kid playing for one of the biggest clubs in the world. But I thought all of the theatrics.
He's playing for Real Madrid.
Real Madrid. All of the antics and things that were happening, I think, got to his head.
Yeah, I think so too.
He should have just kicked that ball with the with the biggest strength in him, and he decided, man, that kind of game you want to play start on penalty?
I'm telling you,
kick the ball wherever.
You know history of football. Most of the big games, I want big stars and miss penalty. You know that?
Yeah,
we know that.
Ball. But Sylvester, if you will not give Senegal the goal at the end, don't give them the penalty. Don't give Morocco the penalty at that end. I think that messed up the game. But I think CAF has suspended the coach indefinitely. CAF has suspended him. The Moroccan Football Federation has also filed a complaint with FIFA. They want FIFA to ban Senegal from attending the World Cup. I don't think that's gonna happen. But we'll see what happens. But I thought it was a phenomenal tournament. But at the end, even the fans were fighting. They were throwing chairs at each other. They didn't give Senegal the 3,000 tickets that they were supposed to give them for their fans. They gave them over 500, I think, to 1,000 tickets. All of these things were complete. These guys were stuck at the airport. You saw the video. They were stuck at the airport. They didn't give them the hotel they were supposed to get. The buses, they were supposed to get a new bus.
Really found one.
You know, but I thought it was a good game overall, and I thought that Sadio Mane, I think he's the star here. I think because here's what would have happened. I'll close to those Sylvester. Imagine if those guys would have get stuck in back there. They would have given Morocco the tournament. Doyle wouldn't have been good, but they would have robbed themselves of the cup because you never know what would have happened, and that's exactly what happened. It came out. He missed the penalty. A few minutes later, they score and they won the tournament. So you just got to keep playing. Even if you feel cheated, keep playing. Don't get the players off the field. But I hope he's not suspended where he has to miss the World Cup because in a few months from now, they have to come for World Cup in June.
Exactly. Quickly, before we go to
hey, Sylvester, let me just put one thing in quick, bro. I'm sorry. Let me put one thing in quick. There's somebody who was at the game yesterday we forgot to recognize the great Claude Leroy.
Yeah.
You was the game?
Oh,
Claude
but
Leroy.
He play a role.
Yeah,
he the one. Yeah. And Claude Leroy is the coach that have coached the most African Cup of Nations games.
Oh, yes. Hold on. Claude Leroy was the guy who I think he spoke with Manny.
Yeah, with the glasses.
Yeah, as soon as he got through speaking with Manny, then Manny went and started calling the players to come back.
The Claude Leroy, the guy who
he played a major role. I want to believe he the one. I want to believe
he was the one that we are in Cameroon.
He was the one that talked to Manny for Manny to get the players back on the field.
Yeah. And but the game before.
Look, man, that was just disgraceful for African teams. That even in those kind of game, you would leave. You would what's my stuff?
We can hear you, Doc. We can hear you. We can't just see you, but we can hear you.
It's just disgraceful for a whole league this day and age to end in that, for players to leave the field and all of that. I think it just speaks of the negativity that Donald Trump and others have talked about Africa and things like that. You can't even have a soccer league. You got an end player leaving the field. They got to cheat, depriving people a ticket and all those things. That's disgraceful. I don't know what it was any successful end. The entire CAF, the president all need to resign because they were poorly organized. They didn't do a good job. So somebody need to rule a CAF, need to rule because people pay the money to fly from different countries to watch that kind of game. And for them to sit there and just let those kind of things happen, I think CAF need to do better. It's shameful because they could do that and come to the World Cup and also walk out of the field. I don't care who it is,
No, but the problem that the Peabody,
the African team, the Africans were cheating again with African team.
Even if they cheat you just can't walk on the field.
No, what you have that the Peabody, what CAF has to do. I understand. I know I won't walk on the field, but the problem is that you bring this technological VAR, but then you still have it's still subject to human decision.
Yeah,
exactly. They go that Senegalese score that the Senegal score that they cancel. The ref didn't go look at VAR. He get canceled.
Exactly. Great point.
But that goal was not a fair goal though.
No, it was a fair goal.
But listen,
it was a soft push.
Tomalin, listen. Two men shuffling hand and one lazy and you fall down. I didn't fire you. But guess what? The ref go and review it.
Thank you.
If he can review the other one, the Moroccan push. But the whole thing for somebody after the time he said don't review it.
But you got to know now that the game was being played in Morocco, so the home team got an advantage.
And
Look,
no.
It's just an African thing. Cheating.
It's a CAF thing. Review everything. It shouldn't be subject to somebody's decision like, look at this, don't look at this.
You're right.
You know what I
That's
mean? Just review everything. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Review everything.
And Peabody, quickly, I'm just going to come close here quickly, but one of the point I'm trying to push here is that, and Raul, you said part of that also, it was good that they didn't walk off the field. It would have been a massive punishment on Senegal by FIFA.
And without a cup too.
Punishment. If they're not going to be more than 10-year ban, it would have been more between 10 to 20 years ban. If they are walked off to Tambish yesterday game, it would have been that. And that's one of the reasons when Claude Leroy spoke to Mane, and Mane went back or telling a player, he said, allez-y, on va jouer. Allez-y, on va jouer. Let's go, we're going to play. Allez-y, on va jouer. So you hear him saying that. You hear him saying that because there were reason why he was emphasizing that. And it was good. And you know that also increased. You saw the
a 2-point approach, but a 2-point approach.
You saw the FIFA, yeah. You saw the FIFA president when the FIFA president was speaking to him, right? The FIFA president held him that long.
Right.
He said you are a leader. And even the CAF president was telling him, speaking French, telling you are really because the Mane play yesterday. And that I would say this today. Mane gonna be the next African player of the year again. He will win it for the third time.
At 35?
Yesterday.
At 35 years old?
He's gonna win it. So. The man won. No, but he did everything. He won the cup. That's one of the major things they consider. He was the player of the tournament.
Do you think he was scoring the World Cup? Do you think he was scoring the World Cup?
Of course,
he was scoring the World Cup. He was scoring the World Cup. That's the point I just wanted to push on. But I think it was a good game. But again, I take note that goal shouldn't have been when they canceled that goal and I went by. And so what CAF will also have to do. We need football this time. There's no home and away team.
No, there's no home and away business.
And then mistake people see it. You get cheat now for football. So I agree with Siafaya. That ref should have just taken that 2 minutes that he did
to look
for the penalty. Go and see that thing. You're gonna see the other man. That man because it was armed to
no, it was like this. They were pushing like this. And you got
you know, if you do that kind of line, you go further.
But then when it happened the other way, when the man pulled out of man there, then you get a penalty. Then you go look at it. So the people
Senegal took the ball to the people, played them.
Oh yeah.
And imagine the Moroccan goalkeeper for me. I think that's the number 1 goalkeeper now on this ice.
Yeah, Bruno.
Yeah, he did extremely well.
You spend more time talking about you don't talk about kind of me, you talk about that.
You know, and that's what happened to me yesterday. I ended up watching the content that was poorly played. I mean, it was very, very poor. I don't know why I wasted my time watching that kind of stuff.
Wow, man.
He said, "Imagine discussing it.
It was a mess, and I regretted sitting down watching the whole game.
Good game, man. Good tournament. Good game.
Mess.
I want to comment Mr.
Tomalin, do you think it was a good idea? Let me be honest with you. I didn't watch it. I was watching the
I watched the whole thing, but I mean
how can you put the AFCON founder and the country founder at the same time?
The standard of playing was just very low for Liberia. It was very low. You know, just what CFI said. Who told the boy to go wear red bull and suit? You're having football game. The other people came representing the county.
Beautiful. Lone Star did it before, man. Lone Star did it before.
Who advised them to wear that mess?
Lone Star did it before.
But Tomalin, Lone Star, they're not Lima.
Oh, man, come on. The trail.
To be honest, if you are a selection player for a national team, we ain't gonna go nowhere.
No.
But if I were to lose that people now, some good players can
No. Tomalin,
yes.
Let's stop
it, man.
No.
You saw the
Senegal team that played yesterday. The Senegal team that played yesterday. You know how many players were born? You know how many players were born overseas?
Tomalin, you see a mistake? You go straight to Tomalin, guess what? Tomalin, you talking about Kante meet? You go straight to Lone Star. The guess what? They can't me. Listen, bro. They can't me that youth children playing. The best young player in the league Ralph Weir from Cape Man. You go carry the Lone Star, or you try to put an under 18 team together. Build for the foundation.
Therefore, you and I know, we all know that most of the players that our national team players and we are 11. Most of them keep a academy. Mata.
Yeah, but then just go to your national team.
Let me frank now. Most of the coming now. I also saw the national team Lone Star, right? That we call we are 11.
No, you're making a mistake. You're making a mistake. You're wrong. No, you're wrong. A mistake. When someone Mata play for Maryland, do you know what year it took for you to wear Lone Star jersey? Did he wear Lone Star jersey the next year? Ralph he went to Brazil all before coming back. He went to play with Ivory Lone Star jersey.
What the difference?
Where? So I gotta keep on. Okay. I rest my case. People we just said that Morocco and Senegal invest a lot into youth football. That's why they're successful today. Our brother saying we might take country mutual to go play for Lone Star. They want success.
He's not saying the right thing, CFA. That's wrong. He's not
saying the right thing. To take country to do that, you gotta prepare it for maybe 5 years. Put more money behind it.
The former president said yesterday, he said, we gotta keep this team. You gotta keep the team together. You develop a training from there.
Tomalin, we got professional players. We got professional players overseas. We'll get them.
Tomalin, if you take the best 22 under 21 country player, you have a crack under 21 national team.
I agree.
Know that? I say youth level. Develop something before you can see. The instant gratification will not care or nowhere. Will always fail. What national team?
I agree.
National team where?
But Sylvester, all the other national teams, Tomalin, all the other national teams are going abroad to farm players.
What are ages?
Forget the content me business.
You see ages.
Forget the content me business, my brother. We need to go outside and farm player outside.
We want to spend the money, Ralph. That the money will not
go outside and farm player outside.
That 2-point approach. We'll get a 2-point approach.
bro, let me tell you something. You look.
Yes, will be moved for agenda.
All right, guys. Well, good night, man.
Good night, guys. Yes, for Lone Star, that plan will be objective. Will be 2-4.
If you stay in the way, we'll get rid of you.
but we got to qualify for the 2027 AFCON this year. Kudos to the Lone Star. We're not playing no preliminaries. We went straight to the group stages. So we need to qualify now. 4 teams, 2 teams. We can. If we don't finish at number 1.
Sorry, Raul. The next AFCON going to be 27, right?
Yeah, next year, 2027. Yeah.
So what happened to the sports ambassador we got? He's not making any contact for the international.
That man, I beg you.
That man missing Agent.
That man.
We get strategic love. We get strategic love.
Yeah, leave that one alone. Everybody. Yeah, Tomalin. So next year, the preliminary start, the qualification start this year. So we have to do everything for Lone Star to qualify for that next Uganda.
All hands on deck.
Next year.
Oh yeah, next year. Yeah,
all hands on deck.
Yeah,
bro.
We can't depend on country league player. We got European player. Let's go outside, boys.
Robert, listen, bro. The people that are running the football in Liberia, they are not serious people. When they decided to pull over age children among the young children and deny them the right to showcase their talent, when the children just come from Europe, somebody decided to sneak over age children among the children and they want to get out of coaching, and they disqualified our whole team, and everybody came back home. Their business as usual.
Our team was disqualified.
Yeah,
they sent the whole team home because the FA poll, and we know who put the 2 children on the list.
But
not part of the team. Why did that happen?
The bright part of that is almost 10 of those kids now they're in Europe now. Yeah. But to CFA point, imagine if they had played that tournament.
Yeah, maybe not going to happen.
Maybe all of them would have gone to Europe.
So you deny them the right to showcase and say after they have played. Guess what? Tomalin, the Morocco you saw yesterday. There's some guy in the Morocco team that play against Kita Chirene. They play in Morocco.
They beat that Morocco team.
We beat them in Morocco.
In Morocco,
And then after the Morocco game, they went to Europe. They spent, I think, money in Europe. They trained with some other team, the academy team. When they came back, trying to go for the waffle, boom, they had to sneak somebody in between. That's serious, people.
The person should be penalized. Who did it?
The thing about the country is that we have, I don't know, we need to just take some time, put some money in the game. They are nice area. Take one.
But I gotta say, is it Boga building or academy in Bonga? Never heard.
They are nice area. It's not super academy. Best area. Put the kids there. Then you pay someone. You pay someone of a very good player. I got app of player to scout our players outside of Liberia.
There you go. That's it.
Yep.
Put money. Sponsor that person adequately, and that person should not be. Bring a non-Liberian even, so that we can be, oh, you call the person knows, my nephew, son, there will know. That person will be paid.
But let me end on this one. The president elevate president. The guy he's doing his best. In fact, FIFA not carry our money up. They give him elevate, I think, $2 million a year now. And what he doing, he giving each of the people that put in the first division club, he give them money, each of the team money to help with the team. But again,
Tomalin, what's Sylvester
they
saying
know all I was still blaming we are for
Tomalin, what Sylvester saying is
they blaming one man for everything.
What Sylvester saying is other countries are moving forward. Look at Cape Verde. Wow. I remember the days when Joe we were 11 will just flood Cape Verde. Today, Cape Verde we playing the World Cup here. And by the way,
World Cup too?
Of the quality of the World Cup. By the way,
90%
of the players, 90% of the players of Tomalin came from Portugal and Spain. They didn't depend on the local league player. They invested in Scott to go out there and get players of Cape Verde descent. We, Liberia, all the big history we talk about, we got plenty of players. Imagine if Liberia were investing. Today, Canada would not have Alfonso Davis. Maybe today said, even though Timothy Weah was born in America, maybe today Timothy Weah, USA will not have Timothy Weah. Today, the other boy, Arvin White, he plays in the second league in France. We're not having. Today we have another kid in England playing the championship.
They bought a Liberian parent, Victor Oshini. Where is he? He got Liberian parent.
City, we got City in the championship. No one has contacted him yet. He's 23 years old. He's not playing for England. Today we have another kid playing for Arsenal, Everton under Sharif. Everton under
I gotta put in touch with the elevated people and say,
you see what I'm saying? So what Sylvester saying is you need people to go to these countries to represent the elephant and to recruit these people to come and play for Lone Star. We can't depend on all the home-based players. We need to go out there and get young Liberians to come home and play. We got to do that. That's what other countries are doing.
And
quickly, before we can leave, people always say something, let's take it serious, too many you say, oh, football. You know, one of the reasons why our National League back home, the League, Premier League, they don't take more interest this time, because the football is not encouraging, it's not entertaining. We want to see the football to be entertaining. A lot of talent in the country also, but we have to move back and begin the process of scouting players from outside and moving them back to the country. But quickly again, most of those picking them back in the country when they get opportunity to come on the side, outside, look at the picking. I will ask you somebody from my own Banana estate. I don't know why. I don't know about you heard anything from him.
He's in Minnesota now. His career finished.
Look at that. And he's that picking side, I think Allen came there. I think he got married to a girl. But he instantly landed that plane. We are very happy when that picking left.
Yeah, and at some point he was even the captain of Lone Star.
Yeah,
he came here, got married to this girl, got a baby. I think the girl gave him his green card, and that was the end of it. He's in Minnesota doing nothing now.
We can put our in. We're talking. We can put our in. There's a
the man working support the train.
Somebody say hour. You know you're true when you're successful. They say hour.
I beg you, man.
But Raul, don't end up career. He will live. He will even pay people to go work for him.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Let me tell you something. 23 years old. He said,
when I heard when I began, I was very proud. And when I looked at somebody tell me,
and so that's about the way. Somebody said he's working for the quality of job. But the beginning, he's not some kind of educated career person. So whatever he's doing in Minnesota, they're paying him less money. He's working more hours.
No, it will be the same $15, something, $18 job.
Exactly. So what kind of work is that?
But man, the man decided like he wanted to come to America.
But no. He could have still come to America because he was still coming to visit. Look at Oscar Dolly. Oscar Dolly. 1 second. Oscar Dolly is playing in Czech Republic.
How many making?
Oscar Dolly is making almost $2.something million a year. He's a multi-million. Oh, you think that's fun? The man is worth $1.5 million. But guess what? Just coming to America, Oscar Dolly got visa. He came recently,
And that's not okay to you.
He went back. Yes.
Yeah,
All
we'll
the
get
other
you.
Liberian kids in Europe, they're going to France now. They're going to other places. As long as you're a soccer player, you can travel anywhere you want to travel. So it's not about coming to America business.
What did the ball play for Alfonso Davis?
Alfonso Davis plays for
He played for
Slavia
Bayern
Prague.
Munich. He played for Bayern
Slavia
Munich.
Prague.
He played in Germany.
Bayern Munich, Alfonso Davis.
He
Yeah,
did
Bayern Munich.
German Bundesliga. He played
How
for
many makes?
Bayern Munich.
How many make?
Oh,
no,
Alfonso Davis.
I may be playing
That may be making close to 10-15 million a year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
that would be around my guess. Yeah, 10 to 15 million a year. Yeah, that's not money that thing is getting.
When
Alan started, I think I went to the S1 election and said Alan will get me a rub.
And his parents don't work no more. His parents don't work no more.
Oh, yeah, they don't have the work out.
Alfonso Davis.
Why don't work?
Why don't work?
Your son making 16. Your son making 16 million a year. What are you working for?
He makes
before I go, let me congratulate this. I attended a program all the weekend. Liberia, the first Liberian, the first black mayor of Derby, Joan Dan from Nima County. 28-year-old came out at the age of 8-year-old, and today he's the mayor of Derby.
And good
program.
Tomalin, the Liberian player we're talking about, so he's not even 28 years old yet. He's a captain of Lone Star. And he's back in the Champions League on Wednesday. He's playing against Barcelona.
Oh, a Liberian player?
Oh, it's not small. The two of them on the team. Oscar Dolly and Devante. They're playing the Champions League. They're playing against Barcelona. They played against Arsenal recently. Then I'm fun thing we're playing the good team.
How can I get in touch with Oscar Dolly guy? I will bring him on our show, man.
Oscar Dolly is on social media. We'll reach out to him.
The man got time to kind of show the man season is busy right now. Y'all are a break player down. What are you
Hey, Raul, what other picking? I flew with him. One often when we all get be on the flight going back, one time on the flight from Accra to London, we sat together again that day.
Well, Emmanuel Foley or Devante
Johnson. Johnson.
Sam Johnson.
Where's Sam Johnson?
Sam Johnson.
Nobody can call me, but I love the number. I can't come.
No, he's not old, but I think his career is almost to an end now. He's in Liberia. But you know what Sam Johnson
did? Liberia now?
Yeah, you know what Sam Johnson
But he made some reasonable, he invested some good things. That's investment.
There you go. He so did.
Yeah. He built a huge hotel or this thing called there. Huge hotel.
Right.
So
playing for Real Salt Lake.
He was playing for Real Salt Lake during COVID time. He did something.
Yeah, he got involved into a party.
He got
involved into a party. There was a shootout. At his house.
Yeah, and so
they called the police and they terminated his contract. But when his contract was terminated,
he went back to
Real Salt Lake. He was playing for Real Salt Lake.
He was playing for Real Salt Lake.
Yeah, when his contract was in a $3.5 million deal. When his contract was terminated, he went back to Sweden, but he made a lot of money in China. He left. He got signed in China for $4.5 million. Mm-hmm. He made a lot of money before he came here to the U.S.
So he back now in Liberia.
The man driving his Range Rover in LA.
Range. Range. When I landed to the airport, he was asking me, "Do you want to
Liberia?
I got
Sam Johnson.
He in Liberia, back in the gap.
Sam Johnson. But you're talking about that man in Minnesota working, not picking. He's slavering. I see him all the time. He probably broke now.
Raul, you saw the man, yeah?
The man
Minnesota.
No, but too many, right? Like somebody told me before.
Oh, when I was in Minnesota for a long time.
When I was in Liberia, I went on the ESA. I asked for him. I was thinking ESA. I said, man.
But Tomalin, I don't want to start gossip, but I even got information that the man, he and wife, they said he and wife borrowed $10,000 from someone to
then he cursed.
They put the information on social media, and if they refuse to pay the loan, $10,000. And this is the picking out making even more, at least in Switzerland. He was there.
Yeah, when they said started him from someone out close the source of his contract, you are getting around 40 to 60,000.
I have a kid that I always carry.
That was around 50,000 a month. US at the time. Why you going on? And they were pushing him up.
Yeah, so that's not bad. So even if you want to come to America, you can still marry the person. You can still marry the person while they work on that. What
became a ball? Or Grandma Do? He's still playing?
Oh no,
he's not playing no more. But he
was very talented, but I think
and so you said the beginning, but already you get distracted. Maybe you're not focusing on the
very rude.
and you're not getting the needs on the team.
But Sylvester, women,
you are not disciplined.
Not just soccer player, but even politicians, successful people. Sometimes, Sylvester, the people around you can make or break you, including the people you date and the people you marry. These players, they don't discipline when it comes to like their social life.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes even people.
Maybe you are going around. You're right, Raul. Let's agree that I'm a coming up player, talented. If you run around a girl to get it, this thing about my feature too. So I will make sure my man will not just go be doing all kind of things.
There you go.
Yes,
I was
you have that
say,
thing, and now it can happen on the outlet. Say, oh, I will control that person. And sometimes I can want to do something. My wife will say, you don't do the thing. Do the thing.
No,
when the woman say, actually, you will stop.
Yeah,
but
why you think the player always married? Why you think the NBA player married?
But guess what? Sometimes, like Francis Do, Grandpa, I saw that picking first hand.
Very talented.
Very talented.
If that picking was focus, he would have been the talk about. But he not focused. He's not disciplined.
Very disciplined.
Fitness is there.
And that is not educated to in sport.
But it doesn't matter. He had a skill.
But you have one at least to help you.
Tomalin, you living somewhere. You on a team. You're 3 Liberians on the team, and every day you go to practice late.
Damn it.
Yeah,
every day.
DC United. It was him.
Not DC United. Before he went to DC United, he was in Minnesota. Yeah. He went to DC United. He left from Minnesota, went to DC United, went to New York and all.
But it was him. Yeah, Louis Creighton played for DC. Yeah, at the time Louis Creighton came from Switzerland. But you see what Louis did? When Louis came to DC United, this is when Louis started working. Louis already had his Swiss passport, but he wanted to settle in the U.S. That's when he started working on his paperwork. And part of his deal with DC United, that they were going to give him his green card. Part of that deal, he took less money, and through the team, they were able to give him his green card. That's what he did. So now Louis can go back and forth. But you got to be disciplined. Even people who are public figures, all of the do in your inbox. You can't every time they laugh.
You may not discipline.
You're gonna lose your senses. You gotta be disciplined.
If you
can't go for everybody.
No, they will expose you.
Yeah. If you bet Minnesota in Brooklyn Park on the Zane Sports Complex during the summertime, that's where most of the kids go practice. That picking would prefer missing his team practice to go practice with his friend.
Because he won't be the frost.
So the people that pin you.
Yeah, you never go practice with them.
But you miss practice to go with your friend.
I hope he got money. If he got money,
it's not bad to the point where.
So where is he now? He back in the States.
He was building a house on Robert Field Highway.
He back in the States now.
No, I think the house is broken down now. They couldn't complete the
house. Grandma doing the States now.
No,
I don't know where
he's in Malaysia. I don't even know where he lives in Malaysia. He doesn't live in America.
If I'm not in Minnesota.
Yeah, but his wife was in Minnesota and his kids were born here. But they all live in Malaysia now.
Look,
but let's also in Tulsa.
The kids not disciplined.
During his time, Francis Doe played for some big team. He played for one of the biggest clubs in Africa, Air Ali. I remember when he played
Egypt.
He went to Greece. He played in Greece. I remember they went to London. They even played against what was the team in London they played against at the stadium over there. He played some good team, but to CFR's point, he could have gone higher up. One of the only disciplined Liberian player that I don't think will ever go broke and will always live in America is this kid. What's his name? What's the Liberian kid, man? He was William Jebel. 35-year-old. He's still playing in Asia. The man got mansion in Texas.
So Robert, the team with Grandpa though, all the team he called, he played for, he was never consistent. Let me tell you, New York Red Bull, 8 games. DC United, 14 games. LA, 18 games.
Short time.
Because they're trying to keep they take you because your past record, they say, let's give you a second chance. Then you show your true color. They show you the door. You go and you show your true color, show your door.
He was very disciplined, man.
He was.
Yeah, you're very. I have the point.
And guess what? They were 2. They had another one. That one played for CSK Moscow, playing the Champions League.
That's my brother.
That's me. I'm coming to.
He
I mean, that kid boy, that went on the ground.
He fought for grace. The first thing hit Moria, he was just a rap star. The rest of history.
But let Tosso and Tosso, one more business sport, one more business
sport.
But
what I'm talking about?
That maybe he went out too fast.
Yeah, that's it.
Robert,
that's it.
Robert, we are 11. Why the guys they kept that until they retire. They kept that.
Yeah, most of them we are, but no, what can
because
you know most of them broke.
Money? What happened to the money?
Most of them broke. We are 11. 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 You have Joe Nagbe is broke. Kevin Segbe broke. Makor broke. I will go on and need
Christopher where?
Christopher where?
Prince Day.
Broke.
The only thing that blessing Prince Day, he can still travel to France and he got his little house in Ghana.
That's
it.
But
guess what? That group in name.
James Diba broke.
That group
and he
in
can't
name.
even travel.
That group in name, the younger bunch, the thing already set them back. Well, when we missed the 2002 World Cup.
So George money broke? Well, no, I'm talking about the money. What happened to all that money?
No, Robert.
They are broke.
Robert, let me tell you something. The mistake you made, not because somebody in Europe, 18 person playing big football, somebody will be trying to make a big team. You play in Greece, you play for a low level team. How much money you making?
Okay, so whatever you're making, almost like
you're not play for Olympiacos. Google money.
No, Joe, I'm for Olympiacos.
No.
Iraqis.
But Zeze Robert play for Olympiacos.
Yeah, Zeze Robert play for Olympiacos, and they got also play.
Zeze. Guess what? Besides we are Zeze.
And George Ibo also play for Olympiacos.
No,
even Galatasaray in Turkey.
Let me tell you something. Besides Zeze, the only person that had a real path to success was Christopher Rea.
Yeah,
you know that.
But Christopher Rea was big.
Christopher went to Monaco Academy. He played. You were on a Monaco Academy with Terry Henry, David Trezeguet. That they put you on the academy.
And I didn't see beer drinking too much before I make career.
But Siafa.
No, what breaks my heart is Robert. I come to a point. This man had a path. This man on a path for playing for success. Just walking. Don't move on the road. To go to that only man that went to academy. To Monaco Academy.
What breaks my heart is when you look at Senegal, when you look at Ghana, all of the star players that used to play before. When you go to Ghana, those guys got that beautiful homes. They got that beautiful cars.
And they live a good life.
They live in good. And plus, every night that you can see them get on the plane, they're back in the country they formerly played. They're going to the AFCON. They're nice. Look at Senegal. All of the star players.
Let me help you before you continue. Let me help you. All the major commentary. You saw the assistant the guy that was helping the commentator. You know that they got from Nigeria? Sonny Olise?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Sonny Olise.
That's Sonny Olise.
So all these players, right? All these
the minister has analysts.
They got their glasses on. They're in Europe. But you know, they're still moving around. I know they're not broke. Even LIG Diop from Senegal.
But see, Okocha living now.
Thank you. So my question is, all of our big players in Liberia, James Diba, the last time I said, I want to offer him to buy him a ticket to even come to America.
No,
why he can't travel? Why James Diba can't travel from Liberia?
Man,
why he can't travel? Why he can't travel?
Man, come. You better come out.
Why you can come?
That his personal thing, whether he will go anywhere, I don't care about that part. But let me tell you something.
The point I'm making is, the point I'm making is, when they were playing, they used to come here. Why they can't even travel? They go have so much fun.
Bro, let me tell you the point you're missing. Oh, they say Siafa in Europe. Don't just take it. Let's say, oh, he pay the money. Go look at Siafa's stats to see how many. You see Joe Nagbe? The only thing Joe Nagbe had a consistent career, you know that who? That was Nice.
Yeah.
But guess what? Besides Nice, Joe Nagbe spent more than 2 years with no other team.
No, but he played in Greece for Paninas. He played in Greece for AFK. Even if for 1 year, but he still played there. What I'm saying is they missed something.
Bro,
but Siafa, back before you continue, Siafa. Let's agree that Joe Nagbe. I want to use it when you continue. I want to use it.
Contract he was getting. Do you know what?
But they still made some money. That's what I'm saying.
Do you know what it was? Just prove yourself, or it was a full guarantee contract?
It was contract. It was contract.
But the nature. Do you know the nature of the contract?
But I don't know, even with $5,000 CFA, all I'm saying is they still made some money. At the end of your career, CFA, the way you're working now, you're not a professional player. But even if you're working 2 jobs, and some Liberians in the country, they're like that. They work here 40 years, they work in 3. How can you be in America, you came here 40 years, you work 3 jobs. 20 years later, you're still working 4 jobs, and you don't even have a saving. Even if you're working $5,000, $4,000, $3,000 every month. The question is, what did you do with your money when you owe now to say I can return with something?
That's a whole different part. But that's a whole different part. What I'm saying, I'm just saying something. I'm saying, sometimes when I think that these people have Reinstated contract. Look, one of the
and somebody said it's SOL call to help George Givo. That you?
Yeah. He wasn't. I think he had eye problems.
No,
yeah, it's true.
No, that was done a long time.
The minister
did the surgery.
He was supposed to really help out to get money for the video.
That was a long time ago. He already did the surgery.
Robert.
But see, let me put the question to you quickly. All the time he got in play the game too. Let's put it away. The small money will get in line. You don't think they will put it together and at least be comfortable?
Yeah.
Go to that money.
They got it low hungry.
Guess what? Go to Accra, go to Abidjan. Now all that money left.
And that's the problem. But then let me put it back to you now, and Sefa. You've been around for some time and you understand the game very, very significantly. Go back to those areas. Go back to Ghana, Nigeria, Guinea right here. Guinea right next to us, Sierra Leone, and all that thing. All those past professional football players in those countries, if you went there, they still live open life. They ride the best of the vehicle up the current.
Yeah.
And when they fly outside their country, they fly business class.
That's right.
And they maintain themselves. Go back to just recently. I was in go back to Africa Coast. All of the African. Look, for instance, the other Toure, you know, he's the assistant coach for Man City.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, he's on the Man City technical team, right? I don't know if that's the but he's on the technical team. Right?
Toure.
Go back to the Nigerians former stars. Most of them are sport analysts.
Yep.
Everybody went to school.
FIFA pay them and all of them. Right?
They go to school.
But they maintain their money. Nwankwo Kanu left the game, yes. Invested his money today, paying off for him.
By the time someone go, they shoot up part of it. They get crap behind that.
The only former player we know that we can boast of. I mean, a few beginning that came back doing well. That Johnson that invested small money, doing well, and John we are around. But James Diba that came stuck.
But people guess what?
Diba is broke.
But people guess what? People guess what? And I give you an excuse for them. First thing, our society. You make a man minister for 4 years. So you fire him after 6 months, you get screwed around your pocket, your car can break down.
Yes.
Look at your former senator, former minister.
No, it's true. And I said to myself before, I've not held major position back in Liberia, right? But while I live on this earth, I'm never involved in criminal activity. But while I live on the earth, let me live a kind of a life that will be comfortable.
Yes.
That I should always, the fact that I've been, even before becoming assistant minister or so, before then I even had my own vehicle. So, but I always live in my house. Let me always have a vehicle to ride. So the book I want to live, it will at least do that for me. So until I can see my children grow up, I don't even want to tell my daughters I'm really laughing. I don't want it. I want to depend on their money they will make, but at least be comfortable always.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes.
Why do they want Safari? Why do they get money they're hungry?
Yeah. But Siafa, the point Sylvester is making, I always think about this is, again, it sometimes it's not about how much, it's how well. How well you manage what you make. How well you manage what you make. So it's not just about professional soccer life. It's also about professional career. There's a lot of people too in this country who have worked, and they can't show nothing for it. They don't know where they're gonna retire. They don't know. They're still working. So it comes to a point where you have to say to yourself, if you're successful, plenty of women it will not determine how successful you are. You see, that's the problem. The people go to Liberia, they got all these BBB, all these girls. You think the girls don't want you because they really like you? They want you because they can get something from you.
The robber.
Y'all like Brempo, y'all break our players then down. Y'all encourage them. When the train play one game, they come Morovia. Then when the train walking on Broad Street, then the crowd behind there. And
why you should be focused.
You gotta be focused.
As a professional player,
you encourage the trainer. You encourage the trainer too.
You guys come with the territory. You gotta be disciplined.
For example, say you see John Brownson today. Don't be the himbo. Focus on your game.
Before you come in, you do know the beginning. Emmanuel Foley. This is the reason why I noticed something recently. He never came back to Liberia for vacation. He stopped in Ghana.
He was in Ghana running the beach. He was running the beach training all day.
While he was in Ghana, he hired a Ghanaian a trainer, and he was training in Ghana before he went back to Europe. Sometimes, Tomalin, you gotta be if the environment not good for you, you gotta be disciplined and stay away.
So my advice is that you guys that really follow the game, you guys will take a time and leave one of these days. You can spend time talking to our players then. You're getting the advice.
Tomalin.
You should do it.
Listen, y'all will give advertisement. Y'all can get to advice, but you don't do it. You're trying to
young kid. Any young kid, any young kid, they kid called Emmanuel Foley. I follow him. He spent a whole vacation in Ghana, right? He was on the beach training every day.
Yeah, but then I think you're one today. We just hear it today.
Listen, yeah, but that's what happened. He probably just went back, got his school on Christmas break. Yeah. And guess what? This kid's not even 20 years old. No. You could say he missing home. But you know what happened? He get his head up straight. You get the head up straight. You see, guess what? Let me tell you something. When you talk about the We Are 11, the We Are 11 and not Zeze then. Zeze then came in the 90s. I talk about the people that We Are there from the 80s. You know what I mean? Like the Joe, the Kevin, and the reason they got them, even though some of them went financially distressed, but the reason they had a sustainable playing career compared to some of the younger kids, by the beginning 27, their career was finished. You know, they gotta have a sustainable playing career. They gotta know what it took to wear Lone Star jersey. You know, Tomalin, what it took to wear Lone Star jersey in the 80s, right? In Liberia nowadays, you tap the ball, you bought it, they get you jersey.
I can bet you the next national team caught up, you'll see 10 of them people in the academy will be on that team.
They will not have space. I can guarantee you not. They won't have space for them.
They have a local based team. They'll be on local based team.
They have the local based team, but they won't have space for international.
So look at, we talk about Paul Sekou then. You see Sekou, I think Sekou 30 years old is there. Is Sekou 30, Rawa?
No, about 28, 29. Sekou Jabate.
Sekou Jabate.
I mean, more than that, man, bigger.
No, but I mean, his age
on social media. Age.
Yeah,
I mean, late 30s not bigger, man.
No, wait, man, late 30.
I didn't see the other guy on the Cameroon team, the video.
Who?
That guy with the office.
I know you're talking about.
What the guy did? And the man say you are.
Abu Bakar, someone like Abu Bakar.
Yeah, Abu Bakar, yeah. And it's score goal.
Yeah. But I mean the man you were playing.
No. He left. He went to Saudi Arabia.
He went to Middle East.
Yeah, he Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia. The team man also Arabia called him man. They said they'll pay the man. They'll pay the man. Man started making around maybe. I think the man making. Sorry, they're getting $48 million a year in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Yep.
Turkey.
Tomalin, let me tell you something.
Yeah, Ronaldo. Look, Ronaldo at the age still making. I don't know when Ronaldo retired actually.
The man makes about $100 million per every
How
month.
is he?
Yeah.
How is Ronaldo?
Ronaldo is
30. I think 34, 35.
How about Messi?
Messi is about the same age. I think he's 1 year older than Ronaldo though.
I
think any of your kids then play sports. Any of your kids play sports.
Oh, 40, huh? 40. Okay, 40.
Ronaldo is 40 now. 40
yeah,
years.
40, yeah.
So
and he's still
any of your kids play sports?
No.
Let me tell you something. They train like brother. I think like see in the country. So my youngest daughter, she runs track. They put them through practice.
Ronaldo is a billionaire now.
They put them through practice regimen, get a pro. So they learn it from a young age. So when you leave from Africa and you go to Europe, there's a lot that you have to learn what it takes to be a pro. You see the Senegalese national team, all the trainers born in France, So there's nothing they have to learn. And you notice on the team, and that one of the problems that affected Lone Star, Sadio Mane, the biggest player who like the face of the national team, right? But when you see on the field, does he act like he's bigger than the team?
He wasn't even the captain. He didn't even wear the captain band.
Oh, he's not a captain. You're not captain yesterday, right?
No, you're not captain.
You see, look. So that's what you call a team. That's what you call a full team. But in our Liberian contest, B player, no rule apply to you. The rule apply to the plebeian.
Yeah.
Senior man.
Zeze Robert is here in Atlanta. Most of them, Zeze Robert, Louis.
What's Zeze?
That's my brother. He always here in Atlanta.
What's he doing now? What he doing now? He still got some football money?
No, I think Zeze work now, but he's very low key.
He working?
Oh my God! Yeah, Zeze work. Yeah, but at least when you see him, he don't look hungry. At least
man, not
America. Why you say you know?
You
can still go do. You're not no hungry like America. You put your eye, get your man.
Look at
you go to the gym before you can't know.
Diba one of my favorite players in football.
So, but can I like Bryce spent 2 years, you see.
But man, Tomalin, Diba broke, man.
Look at George Diba. Listen, you know what I got to know that they think a bad. I was saying about. The last time I saw George Diba, man, I saw the hunger in the Memphis. Things tough. I mean, when I say hungry, I mean things tough.
Yeah.
And these are guys that manage some things. I don't know. I want to see us to see our players struggle that way. I can feel terrible.
But Sylvester Prince there, look at Prince there. Prince there used to put up.
Prince
I remember way back.
What the ball? What the ball? Where Victor Gongloe then? They in France?
Victor Gongloe should be in France. I think, yeah. I don't know where he is now in the world, but he's there somewhere in the world.
Those boys used to ride sports car in our car. They used to come. They used to. The man had his Ford Explorer, the newest version in I think was way back in 01 or so like that. They to see pictures of it. I mean, so you see him now, and when Prince was in France, buff. You can see the man light skin.
Prince he play for.
Oh yeah, you can see his skin.
Yeah, you can see the man's skin.
Yeah,
ain't play for the team in France called
FC Bastia.
Yeah, Bastia. So
yeah,
but I mean, look, again, even Prince, he had a short career. Prince, he had a very short career.
He did. Yeah,
right after Lone Star missed the 2002 World Cup, everybody
he was done. Yeah.
After he left France, he went to Tunisia, where he played for Esperance. The same team French Citon played for.
What about William Famulé? Not a great player too.
But man, come on, man. You do.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is. All right, guys, I'm out of here, man.
Good night, man.
Hey, I said, Pewee, I will call you. Pewee, I will call you tomorrow. Tomalin, we got to talk.
Okay.
Offline.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Ben in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. Der Wune Alfres, all men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes across, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, want to give the government like Pewee an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, that road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.